En datos poderes
Get in here. No. You did guys hear anything?
I apologize for being late.
Sorry, it makes me look off like I'm on time.
What's that?
I said, that's okay, it makes me look like I'm on time.
That was my motive.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll have a call to order. The meeting will start at 5:02. Yes, you can. Actively listen to all perspectives.
Was the loop responding to concerns and questions as we
model the professionalism we expect from all members of the district and community, customer service orientation.
Assume positive intent.
Be positive and responsive.
Okay. And we'll do a roll call. Serena Murillo.
present?
David Terrazas.
Present.
Linda, I'm sorry. Lisa, sorry, that's what threw me off.
Present.
And Dean, Lisa Dean, I'm sorry. And this Big A.
Present.
And myself, Joko Guadiana, the board is all present. We'll do a pledge of allegiance now. And we'll announce the student representative. Your name, please.
Michaela Racho.
Okay. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Okay, we've rearranged the agenda, so now people can actually give us public input on items for the agenda prior to them coming up. And this does not preclude you from giving comments when they do come up, but it's preferred the way it is on the agenda. If you have any comments now that you want to share with the board or bring up to the board on the agenda items, you can do so now. Victor, do we have any comments, or Daniel? Okay, and to put another thing out, we mentioned this at the last meeting, but I think we have to do it for a few times till it sets And that is that we have two options to watch remotely. One is through YouTube and the other one is through Google Meets. Google Meets will allow you the option to comment. You can raise your hand, you show up here, and we can acknowledge you're wanting to be wanting to comment, and we can accommodate that. If you're on YouTube, the closed session, the comment section there is closed, largely because keeping that comment section open on YouTube will allow continued comments after the meeting, which we will not be able to, we'd have to scan and it'd be kind of too late to respond to that. So the most effective way to comment is to get on Google Meets or attend the meetings, for which everybody's welcome. The other part of that is something that is new to me, or I wasn't as well aware of the consequences of board members speaking to items that are brought up in public, from a public forum. One is that if we do engage into that issue, it is possible that we go into a level that precludes us from being any part of an arbiter if there is a hearing that comes up. So our comments will be very short, and it will not be as directive, will not be as directed as you may want it to be, but you will have the invitation. If you raise something in the public section, we'll give you the instruction that if you want further detail, we can put it on the agenda. Once it's on the agenda, we can have more of a substantive talk. However, it still limits our ability to stay neutral if it comes up to a hearing. So we will still contain our comments to a point that will allow us to be objective if it does come up to a hearing. Okay, so any questions? If not, then we'll go into approval of agenda items. Mr. Spillane?
So I have a few requested changes to the agenda items. After approval of the agenda items, I ask that 3E and 3F be moved immediately after this part. And then 4A. And then 10C.
4A after 3E and F?
Yes. And then 10C. And then 10J. And as part of my superintendent report, I'd like to move up several people from that report also that aren't on my list yet. That would be the athletic director report, nutrition services supervisor report.
You would want that before unfinished business?
Yes.
Okay.
Athletic director report, nutrition services supervisor report, the principal reports.
Okay, the athletic director report isn't on the agenda, correct?
It's going to be under my superintendent report.
If
If you'd like me, I can leave it there.
it would have to stay there because otherwise it should be an agenda item that is listed.
Okay, fair enough. Same with the nutrition services report, principal reports.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, those are the only changes I asked for.
So to summarize that, then the only changes that are coming up are the E and F moving up to right after this.
And then right after that, 4A.
4A, I'm sorry, yes, 4A.
But that would move it into action items as well. Is there a reason why you want to move update on air conditioning repairs?
Well, I'm paying overtime for my maintenance person to be here tonight, so.
Well, actually, sequentially it would fall. Oh, yeah, okay. Then we can do that. It wouldn't be under action. It wouldn't be an action item. It's not. The hash mark isn't there as an action item, so we recognize as a non-action item, but it can be done out of sequence.
Okay.
Okay.
Same with 10C and 10J.
Yes.
10C. Yeah. And so the 10C is the listen and learn tour?
You must have a presenter here. Okay, and same thing as the
Student
student.
enrollment.
Instead of having them, that was my suggestion, instead of having them at the end, we're gonna have to fix that into the agenda. Okay. Is there a motion to make the changes as described by Dr. Spiletta?
Mr. President, before we move, I wanted to see if 12D was supposed to be SEL discussion. It's listed as ESL.
Yes.
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 Okay, with that change being incorporated, can that be put into a motion?
So moved.
Okay, can I have a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, so now we shall go to ENF, 3ENF. And we have Elena Gallegos, Dr. Gallegos.
President Guadiana, can you hear me? Members of the board, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you well.
Okay, technology is just simply amazing. I still can't, I still can't quite believe it. But anyway, thank you for the honor of being able to present to you today. I want to be particularly mindful of the nature of this agenda item. And so I want to just review it with you and explain to you that given its nature, my remarks will be limited. So the agenda item is to authorize legal counsel to proceed in filing the supplemental response to Attorney General complaint number. And I won't read the numbers, but it is from a January 27th, 2022 complaint and a May 31st, 22 complaint. And so the authorization is for me to file the supplemental response as drafted, including within that response that the board attests that the information in the supplemental response as presented by its legal counsel is true and accurate to the best of the board's knowledge. So I just want to point out to the board that under the Open Meetings Act, unless there's pending or threatened litigation, we can't go into closed executive session. And with regard to this particular Attorney General's complaint, there is no pending or threatened litigation, which is why I'm presenting to you today in open session. But I also want to point out to the board that the attorney-client privilege, which includes regarding attorney work product that an attorney has generated for you, is broader than the Open Meetings Act exception for pending or threatened litigation. So there are other times that you will be needing to receive confidential attorney-client privilege communications outside of pending or threatened litigation. And with that, you will be able to receive attorney work product that is also confidential. It just simply cannot be discussed in executive session. And this is one of those circumstances. So without any kind of rolling quorum, without any kind of discussion amongst you, I have shared work product with each of you separately. I have received some feedback from each of you of a technical nature. I will tell you that since you each received my last draft report, or last draft, there were a few typographical errors that did not change meaning that were pointed out to me, and I have made those changes. There were also some additional redactions to attachments that do not change the substance of my response, but are part of our due diligence to make sure that we're not releasing anything that shouldn't be released. But again, that they do not change the response or the meaning at all. And so with the change of redactions as needed, I am seeking your authority to file this response on your behalf as presented to you in draft form with some additional redactions as needed. And with that authority, I will be able to timely respond to the Attorney General. That deadline, as you all know, is tomorrow. And so it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. And so this gives me until Wednesday to get that done. Does anyone have any questions?
No, I don't, but I just want to clarify to the public that the actual numbers of the complaints are on the agenda. You can look that up, but other than that, the discussion can't go any deeper than simply that. Once this has become final and the district attorney, the Attorney General has done their work, then we will proceed from that point. So at this point, I'd like to poll the board, or not poll the board, do a roll call vote to accept this and allow the submission to go forward as presented by Dr. Gallegos. So I will poll the board. Yes, can you make the motion, please? Serena?
So I'd like to make the motion to approve to authorize legal counsel to proceed in filing the supplemental response to Attorney General as drafted, including that the board attests that the information in this supplemental response is presented by its legal counsel, true and accurate to the best of the board's knowledge.
Well done.
I'll
Is
second
there
the
a
motion.
second? Okay, so that is second. Okay, so I would start at this end, Mr. Terrazas,
I approve.
Ms. Murillo,
Yes.
myself, I vote yes. Ms. Begay,
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous, all in favor, have to pass the motion. There's a second item on the agenda on this presentation. Would you, sorry, Ms. Gallegos?
Sure. Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. Spalletta, this additional agenda item is also to authorize my filing of a different response to the Attorney General, but unfortunately all these timelines happen to be grouped together. This particular response is due on Friday, the 26th. And so what we were wanting to do is get it in front of you in a similar fashion on the 25th so that I could timely file it on the 26th. You do not have in your possession yet any work product from me because I'm still generating that, but you will have work product from me prior to that board meeting so that you are prepared. You have hopefully what you need and are prepared to be able to take action. And of course, each of you has individual access to me in connection with my preparation of this response. And of course, I know all of you know this, but just for the benefit of the public, that interaction does not include any board members talking amongst one another about the content. So if there's any questions about timelines or the procedure, I'm happy to answer them.
And I'd like to state that the action that's being requested now is to approve a special board meeting on August 25th at 5 p.m. with this being the sole thing on the agenda, unless something else comes up before then that we will publicly notice. But this will allow the timely submission of this response to also the remaining Attorney General complaint. So,
Will that meeting make the 72-hour notice?
yes, we have already, you
We've
put out
already
the
published it? Okay. Okay. So I make the motion to approve a special board meeting on August 25th at 5 p.m.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Roll call vote again. Mr. Terrazas?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Ms. Begay?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
It's unanimous. The motion is passed. There will be a special meeting on August 25th at 5 p.m.
Okay, President Guadiana, members of the board, Dr. Spalletta, thank you. I will look forward to seeing you on Thursday at 5 p.m. and I am going to log off now. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, now we have the update on the air conditioner repairs.
Mr. Superintendent, Mr. President, members of the board, for those of you that do not know me, I'm the HVAC tech for Cobre District. I just came to give you guys a little bit of an update on what's going on and answer any questions or comments or concerns that you may have. So right now, the problems that we're looking at is in the middle school and at the high school. At the high school, the one thing we are looking at is that the ball was dropped on potential work orders that should have hit me before the school year started. So with this year starting up, there was multiple rooms that were down. And that just all kind of came in at one point. So right now we are looking at a big compressor replacement for every unit. Problem is that the brand new unit that we do have is sort of like a knockoff unit. So to find something like for like in cost reference is going to take a while, but that's the potential thing that we are looking at. It's just a compressor replacement, and now it's just going to be the same thing. It's just going to be getting our hands on parts, and that's going to be our biggest issue right now. It's just a lead time on parts, on how long it is going to take, and more or less just them finding it before they even ship it out.
How many units on in Snell?
The units in Snell that are still down, not including the 6th grade wing, because the 6th grade wing I do have parts for. That's going to be maybe 4 or 5 of them that need parts, that are required parts of the road.
And the time frame for repairs?
Time frame for repairs, I'm honestly still waiting on a call just to make sure that they were able to cross reference parts for me to get. So as soon as I get the call, then I can have a lead time for you.
And is there any holdups on purchase orders or anything that?
No, it's just a matter of just my vendors to be able to acquire those parts for me. That's what we're waiting on right now.
Okay, same question about Cobre.
We're looking at 6 rooms down there. And like I said, it's just a compressor, but like I said, one thing that we do need to prepare for is that these units are aging very fast. These units already have 20 plus years on them, and they're only gonna get older. So it's gonna make it a lot harder to find parts later on in the years. So next year, the following year, it is gonna make it a lot harder for my job just because I can't find any more parts. So one alternative that I can, that might be a permanent solution, would be just to rip those old ones out and maybe put a mini split in every classroom. That way each classroom has their own independent unit that we can log on to, and that polling goes solely to that room. So I think that might be a permanent solution to a temporary fix. Because right now, like I said, I can't guarantee with these new compressors putting in that it will keep it going for a year, 2 years, just because of the age of the unit itself. And that's the problem that I have pretty much around the district, is that some things are outdated. So if I can get parts cost reference it as best as I can't guarantee how much they can stay long and go. But that's all the threats that we're looking at right now.
But right now, we're not looking at replacing, we're looking at fixing.
Yes.
Okay.
And did you call them mini splits?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what that is?
Yes, so it would just potentially be one condensing unit up on top of each roof, above each classroom. And each classroom would have their sole cassette, so if we were to mount them, I would mount 2 on each wall. And that way, like I said, it's just a better cooling capacity and more efficient for energy. It's the mini splits, and that's probably the route that I would probably recommend going. Later on down the years, of course, but that's probably the route that I would take.
And then it's better because it's an older building.
Exactly, yes, ma'am.
And so do you have any like costs for the mini splits for the schools at the moment?
You know what?
Compared to parts, you know what I mean?
I'm actually focused on getting close to the whole building.
Okay.
Just so, I mean, we can kind of see more or less the ballpark what we will be looking at later on down the years of spending, just to get every classroom with their own unit.
Would you do that first? Find out how much the parts
Yes,
to get it and lead time, and then also do how much it would cost for the split systems in the school?
Actually, thank you, sir.
And for now, do we have the option to put like window units in those classrooms for those teachers? I mean, I work in a classroom. If I didn't have my AC, I would be very grouchy.
Yeah, I probably would recommend any window units for inside of the classrooms, just because of the fact that we will lose a lot of cooling factors in there, just because the windows are relatively bigger than your household, you know, things like that. So I wouldn't recommend putting a window unit. Like I said, I think right now we're just at a standstill until I get those parts. Once I get those parts, we'll be good to go.
Question on the sizes. So I know each mini split I have a size on certain BTUs, right? So is that going to be a factor in in the price and the quotes?
Yes, it actually is going to have a factor. The main factor is going to be how many heads that we want on the evaporating units. BTUs aren't going to matter as much as because it's just only one condensing unit and they don't go any bigger than that size. So I don't think BTUs or CFMs are going to be any part to play in this. It's just going to be the amount of evaporating heads that I want inside the classrooms. That's what's going to dictate the price.
So if we do go with the mini splits, it's for heating and cooling?
It is.
And would teachers have the option to control their own
Yes.
setting? Okay.
How will that affect the filtration for, like, through the COVID filters that we have now?
Well, actually, what we could do is leave the remaining unit that is there and just leave it for the fan, because I did put those air purification systems inside the duct. They are up and going. So we can leave that inside of the duct and just leave that just pretty much just all circulate the air. And that way with the new mini splits we put in, that will do the heating and cooling, and that'll take the cooling factor off, but we still have the purification system on the old units.
So the refrigeration unit works by recycling the air inside the room. It doesn't bring in any other air, correct? And what you're talking about, keeping the vents then running, then that's going to be supplying it. That's going to be another source of air.
Yes, sir.
And that's going to affect the effectiveness of the recirculation within that unit in that classroom.
Recirculate air is because of that air purification system that I have. Most air handlers, they do only allow maybe 70% of outside air inside. But since I have that purifier going right now, it's being the air as we speak. So we don't need to recirculate or bring any outside air inside of the classroom. Okay. So we pretty much be cleaning
You're going to treat the air going into the room.
Yes, sir.
But it's going to come in as a continuous flow.
It is. You would have to. You would have to because to clean the air. You would have to.
Okay. Dr. Spiletta, is this one that we could etch out of SB9 funds?
We have money to budget for this.
Okay.
And he did mention that we do have some older swamp coolers at the high school also, and they're not gonna get very cool when it's really humid this summer, so.
The only best thing to do with those is run them dry, so.
And there are four units that we're looking at for the ag room, the shop, the library, and
Total, we're probably looking at around 8 units. 8 swamp coolers that are going to be replaced. Like I said, I can only do so much to swamp coolers to get them cold, and then after that, we just need to replace them. So I think right now we're looking at a total of 8.
Instead of water, you should be putting ice cubes or something.
I tried that, I tried everything under the sun, it just.
Yeah. So what are the classrooms like now?
Well, the classrooms that are down, they are warm, very warm. The classrooms that are down are very warm.
Yeah, they're very warm. There is 1 or 2 that are really cold. So it really, specifically the math class for Mr. Martinez, it is really cold out there, and every other class it is really warm.
And there's no other option for those classes?
So we've opened, our hallway is extremely cold. So we've had them open their doors and we've been putting fans in to get the air from the hall into the classrooms to help alleviate it. And then the windows open.
And that helps.
Also, just some teachers don't like having the doors open because then noise will come in and distract the classroom.
we've sent a number of bands to the high school, and I know that the high school has gotten bands as well for some of the classrooms. There is some open classrooms that are working. I don't know how many there are, but there's several that are classrooms that are vacant that are open, that are working.
And the teachers just take their class into those classrooms. So I know Dr. Ludiki's class goes up to another classroom to work because that classroom cooler than his. So we're shuffling.
Was there even like getting those mobile air conditioners just for, I know they're a little expensive, but I mean, for the worst classrooms, is that a possibility?
I honestly don't think that it would
Make a difference?
no, I don't think they will, just because of the space that it has to be kind of cooled down, and then, I mean, with all the kids going in and out, doors being left open just for the fans, all of my cooling that go right out the door. So I think where we are kind of at a standstill right now on alternatives at least until we get those parts.
Would it be easier to get the mini splits to replace those classrooms since you're having such a hard time with parts? Would it be like equal in terms of price? Or could we do that like to try the mini splits in those classrooms?
The mini splits are going to be a little expensive than my actual part because the parts that we're looking at right now is around $500, $600 a piece. So we're looking at 6 rooms. So, but like I said, that could just be a temporary fix. But a permanent solution would be to do the mini splits. So if we were to do that, I mean, it would be more cost efficient to do that later on in the years that we don't have to look or order parts that are going to be expensive because they are being phased out. I think that would be the way to go. I'm not sure if later down the years or kind of, I'm not sure what you guys are thinking about it, but I would recommend strongly that we do go to mini splits.
And would it be faster to go to mini splits than wait for the parts?
It definitely would. I can get the mini splits in within a 2-week period. I've already been guaranteed that from Ace, from here in Silver. I can get them in within a 2-week period and I can put them in myself, so we don't have to pay for labor or anything like that. It'll be, I'd probably say 2 hours a unit. If you give me 2 hours, I can get 1 room done.
And they do heating and cooling.
Heated and cooling.
And so that was one of my questions is it's gonna start getting cold here soon and we don't wanna be in the same boat, that classrooms aren't being heated
Exactly.
in a few months, so.
Well, I was gonna we did mini splits where I work because we have an older building as well.
Okay.
And so we have a huge room. It's kind of, so like this room, and then probably Dr. Spilletta. And we have one split and it cools the whole area. And it heats the whole area. So it's amazing. It's easy to use. It's even the maintenance on it is so simple.
It's 0 to none.
It's really, I mean, we had dripping and they just taped it up and got new, it's fantastic. So I think it's a good idea, but I mean, as a board, I'm just saying like what I've seen and it's really great.
Well, it just
It's a big
seems to make more sense to,
Yeah.
instead of spending this much money on parts that might not last even a year, this will, even though we might have to pay more, I don't know what the budget allows, but it would, I think it's a smarter thing to do.
Mr. Avalos has a comment.
My main concern is with indoor units or whatever, what is the noise factor on them?
Like, can you hear the air right now? The air from the computer or something? That's what it sounds like.
It would be similar to that, correct?
Yeah, you just hear, you hear like a soft hum, that's what it sounds like. It's really, really extremely quiet.
I have one in my house and I can't even hear it. So they work really well.
Any other comments?
So could we just get a quote that I think that before the next meeting?
Well, we're gonna probably do something before the next meeting.
Okay, but still, like, that would be good to.
He's been working since, he didn't learn about these until the day before school started. So, he's been working day and night here to get them fixed.
So if it takes 2 weeks, we at a point where we can make a decision. It doesn't need a board approval, obviously. The only thing it might need is go through the finance committee to make sure that the funds are available. When's your next meeting?
Next Monday. But I mean.
But that's still a repair that can be done. That's really your call.
Yeah.
And so if you want to do that call, I think you'd have a lot of support for making that done as quickly as possible and as permanently as possible, especially if the quick option is the most permanent one. I wouldn't constrict that so that it would be just yourself putting that in. If it's possible to have somebody else to make that quicker for all the classrooms to get done quicker, then I think that would serve a good purpose for the use of money.
So real quick, have any compressors already been paid for and are on their way for the bigger units, or
No.
we're still waiting on that?
I'm still waiting on the call. And like I said, it's just the lead time that I have on those parts, especially with the brand new unit that we have. It's more or less a knockoff AC unit, like the brand that we have. It's not like a mainstream name like Carrier or Train or things that you see all the time. So just the parts, just trying to cross-reference them, it's going to be a little hard because I just can't slap any part into a unit. They got to be cross-compatible at least. So that's where we're falling kind of short right now. Just the lead time on even finding it.
The tonnage has to match.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. 1 second.
I know that the major had issues that were able to do that same process, or is that something?
We were already actually looking for units for the gym.
That would work under that kind of configuration?
Well, we know.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
But I mean, I do think that it is about that time to replace.
Yeah,
Because I think you get graduation coming and stuff, and it's everybody's kind of stuffy in there.
I'm sure it's not in our PM manual, but we haven't found that yet to be certain. But anyway, we got to start getting on that. We got to start getting on a PM manual that's functional. Thank you. Is there any other comments?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to student enrollment and absences. Oh, I'm sorry, the listen and learn tour.
Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Cheryl Montes. I am the Family Engagement Specialist and Early Childhood Coordinator for our district. We are conducting a listen and learn event for our district. This is where Dr. Spoletta is going to invite, and myself is going to invite community members and parents to just come in and ask them what they know about the district already, what do they want for their child's education, and what are their concerns, just so that they can have an open forum, an open discussion, and so Dr. Spoletta can get to know them as well. It's just going to be a great opportunity for community and parents to voice any concerns that they might have.
And that's what you have on the website with the poster, yeah.
I think I sent everybody one.
Yes.
It's in your packet, but I don't see it. Everybody have a-
We did receive it, yes. So, and so every week you'll be going to a different site, correct?
Yes, yes.
And those are posted at the schools?
They're gonna be haven't been yet.
Okay. It's exciting to get the community involvement that we're going to get out of this, and I really appreciate that. And Cheryl comes from, having worked there with the daycare center as well, so she knows it from the inside out very well.
Yes.
So good
And
to
then I
have you.
also included some other family engagement activities that we'll be doing throughout the year. So
And then when this happens, could you make sure that we get all the dates and schools and stuff?
yes, of course, I will definitely send all of that to you.
So, Mr. President, I'm not sure if board members would you like to go to one each.
Oh, yes,
Pick
you
one
mentioned
each
that
that
as
you'd
one of
like to
those.
go to. You want to pick those now?
Well, there's one of the things that we've discussed with as a possible option for the future in terms of board participation in public forums is the amending the Open Meetings Act resolution for the board to give a continuous approval of, a continuous authorization for more than 2 board members to attend any function, knowing that we have to stay within the parameters of not engaging in district discussion that is supposed to happen in an open session. And so for right now, we can do this until we get that done, but I think we're going to move that towards for the future, so that if there's something incidental, certainly football games, basketball games, all that kind of stuff, that those certainly lend themselves to that, and so do meetings like this. So for right now, I'd like to if anybody has a meeting that they'd like to attend, you want to say that now?
I'd like to attend those, but I have children in the school, so can I attend as a parent and not in the school?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
I'm gonna put a little sign, I'm not a. Could I up to the, I will attend the Cobre High School. On the option.
And I could attend the Snell Middle School, October 26th.
I just want to make a note that the September 27th, we have a region NMSBA meeting that night.
Okay.
So we will do it. So Gabby, you took Snell, and Elizabeth, you took Cobre High School. Cobre High School.
Did you want to go to Snow?
No, you can get it. I'm just looking at my calendar. When I can go.
I got one in Hurley, one in Snell, one at high school. So. Which one do I pick? I'll go to Hurley for sure. And high school.
Okay. September 21st, the Hurley. Did you already confirm? Or are you going as a parent?
As a parent.
Okay. So I can go as a board member?
You really can't differentiate. You can go as one or the other, but if there's more than two, it's a problem. If there's not more than two, it's not a problem.
If we'll be the parent, I'll be board
You won't be board members and parents. Or just,
member. You can
okay.
take off the
And
tops.
so Santa Clara hasn't been identified, this one, and neither has San Lorenzo. I'll do those two.
Got all of them. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
And Gilbert, I'll be at the Santa Clara one as a parent.
Okay, then you have to wear like something.
Just have the moon tag or something.
Okay.
I'm doing
Okay. Okay.
I have a question. Obviously, we're trying to get some information from the public, but we sure like to see our school board members come into our schools again to see what's going on. It's always, parents always have a different perspective on what's going on in our schools. They don't always have the inside picture. And in order for us to get some representation as well, in that positive light, it's always good for our school board members to go in to see what we got going on in the schools. That way, if those, and I don't know if these sessions are going to be gripe sessions, or are they going to
Alrighty.
I don't know, is there a recorder out there? Okay. Oh, very good. Thank you, Victor. That's magic. Guess this is a lesson of knowing that we need a backup, at least audio record. Yeah, that'd be much better. That'll be cool. That way speakers can be seen by the audience too.
And you can see that it's recording us right now.
So I wonder
Okay.
if they can hear us. It's just not video.
They can hear
Vic-
us, but I don't think. they can
Victor or
see us.
Daniel, do we have a audio recording at least? Okay, then we'll go ahead and continue.
It's just the video.
Then, and I was going to respond to actually something that sometimes there's a perception that when I smile at something, I'm making light of something, but my smiles in this case are that I'm no longer under that sanction where I couldn't go in, and I'm very happy that we can. So that's where my impression is that I want to leave. And I do look forward, but this is something we will coordinate through Dr. Spalletta, so that through the principals to make sure that we're not interfering with classrooms, and we stay in the areas that don't cause any disruption. But I, for one, will be very happy to start going out on that in the very near future. And that invitation is to all board members, so long as we don't go more than 2 at a time.
Well, I mean, I would like to know, like, of after-school events, science night, things like that, since I work the same hours that the school's going, so I won't necessarily be able to pop in.
So, and you recognize that I've been very interested in being in the schools, and the board is very different, and I'm sure those that can make time to go will have a presence. Okay.
So the purpose of the entry plan, all of these different activities, is to gather everybody's input, so the parents, the students, everybody. Just want to go back to that. So I will be giving a report periodically about things that I've developed with those groups.
Yeah, and to that effect, a board member cannot speak on behalf of the board in that kind of a forum. They can only speak as a community member or as a parent or parent, but not as a board member. We can talk about items that have been talked about in public session, and we can talk about items that have been already decided on. But we can't go into anything spontaneous that hasn't been approved by the board already. Okay. Okay, so next we'll go into the student enrollment and absences.
So Denise Mathis is our new attendance success coach, and she's going to do a small presentation for you.
I'm just gonna read it. Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Spalletta. So I'm Denise Mathis. I think I've met all of you. However, I'm a new attendance coach. So I don't have a ton of information, but I do have, some numbers. So currently, as of today, the enrollment for the whole district is 1,020. I can break that down for you. So in Bayard Elementary, we have 162. Central Elementary, we have 145. Grady Elementary, 122. San Lorenzo, we have 68. Snell Middle School, 244. And Cobre High School, we have 279. As of last year, at the end of the year, we had 1,064, so we did have a drop in some numbers. However, we did also have quite a bit of enrollments, which a lot of them aren't necessarily through the out of district. They're from around the district. So a lot of kids are moving through the district. The ones that we have been receiving from out of district are from like Silver School, Deming School, El Paso, Las Cruces, Anthony, Ridge, also Reserve, Carlsbad, Arizona, and Texas. Let's see, some of the students that have left to St. Silver School, called Liverpool, Deming, Las Cruces, Albuquerque, Columbus, Roswell, Tucson, and we even had one go to Louisiana.
Do you have the numbers for those in terms of how many went to Aldo, how many went to Silver?
I do, but I don't know. I'm sorry. So yeah, I will get them.
Could you go through those numbers again?
The ones for this year.
Yeah, I was trying to type them, but I'm not that fast.
Okay, so as of today, Bayard Elementary has 162. Central Elementary has 145. Purdy Elementary has 122. San Lorenzo Elementary has 68. Now Middle School has 244. And Cobre High has 279.
Does this, I don't think these numbers include the Head Start 3Y kids, correct? These are just the ones that are in Power School that have an IEP that are involved with the district, because I had 145, but then I have an additional 11 that are registered under the Head Start.
Yeah, I don't think, it does not include the grade kids.
The 3Y that are under Head Start.
And how many students do you know if we have students that are strictly on the ingenuity?
I don't have that number. No, we have some that are going or are under ingenuity, however, they're missing a lot of schools, so they're not even attending, they're just telling me and the teachers that they are attending at home. However, they have to be going to the Cobre High to be doing that, and they're not. So we're working on the list of those.
Okay, and what are the consequences of them not having gone through the school yet?
Well, they need to be going to school, so it's just unexcused absences, one right after another, so they're just hearing from me.
Okay.
And how are absences this year?
Right now, they're a little high. There's quite a bit of kids that are sick. So we do have a lot out on that. However, I've been making tons of phone calls and super busy with all 6 schools. And so I'm trying to make as much phone calls. I've done some home visits. So I've helped a few parents enroll some of their kids.
Do we have numbers about how many kids are out on COVID or district numbers like that?
I have them. When I do my COVID report, I'll share some.
Okay, thank you.
But then other number, I mean, do you have like aggregate numbers?
No, that's what I have.
I apologize, she didn't have a chance to review last week's presentation, but it looks like we've increased quite a bit from 2 weeks ago. Ms. Davis, do you remember the numbers from last time?
Oh, I do have those numbers.
Sorry.
Okay, so it's 2 weeks ago, Bayard was at 179, and today is at 162. Central was at 169, today is at 145. Purdy is at 119, and is today at 122. San Lorenzo was 75, and now is at 68. Now middle school was at 234, is at 244. And Cobre High was at 288 and now is at 279. So we had a total last year of 164 students. This year was 120.
I think we might need to review our notes a little bit.
Okay.
So we'll get a better, more accurate numbers next time.
1,001 when I reported last time, and so now it's at 1,020.
18, 19, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
And I just have a question. So what kind of help is offered to kids who are chronically absent? What kind of support is the district giving
So
those
now that we're
families?
in our 4th week, I'm going to go ahead and start doing a little more home visits on the chronically absent to see what's going on. Because there could be something, that's going on in the home. Kids could be, not needing a pair of shoes or just something that they're embarrassed to go to school. So I need to start doing the home visits and getting behind the problems of what's really going on.
And at what point do you disenroll a student? For how long do they have to be absent before they're disenrolled?
I think it's 10 days, 10 days. Consecutive 10 days, yeah.
Do you have any mitigation options to help the parents, such as alternative transportation? If there's daycare, or if there's transportation logistics in terms of getting to work as well as taking the child to school?
Yes, if they need help with that, I can refer them, out. I can look for resources for them, give them phone numbers. If they need a phone, I can go to their house, we can make calls together. So yes, I can help with all that.
I just had a question about the waiver, and maybe you can answer this. I know you said some schools were denying kids based on where they lived. So
we're going to talk about that here in just a little bit with
Okay.
out of area registration form.
Okay.
Okay, there's no further questions, and we can move on to go back to the action items, and we'll look at the New Mexico PED toolkit adoption.
Mr. President, members of the board, there currently is no new updated toolkit. In lieu of the toolkit is this memo that came out on August 12th, put out by Secretary Kurt Steinhaus. So we're gonna, sorry, Dr. Scarlett, I'm one short. I wasn't aware that our student would be here. So we're gonna go through some of these items so that we can make some decisions going forward about what we want to do for the Cobre district. So the first bullet says that the statewide requirement for school workers who are not up to date with COVID vaccinations. What we've been having to do since last year is if they're not updated with their vaccinations, they have to surveillance test on a weekly basis. We've been doing this in the Cobre district for well over a year. And we have found very, very, very minimal, less than a handful of people who come out testing positive that were asymptomatic and didn't know they were positive. So it's not really having a big impact in our district right now to continue this surveillance testing with unvaccinated staff. The second bullet says the state requirement to quarantine for school staff and students who are not up to date but who are exposed. That has been lifted as well. And so what's recommended instead by the CDC is that close contacts should wear a well-fitting mask and be tested. And they usually require that they're tested on day 5. Right now, what we're doing is any close contacts, if they're not fully vaccinated, they have to participate in test to stay. But that's the next bullet, that the test to stay program has been lifted. What we've been doing again with close contacts is they're required to test on day 1, day 3, day 5. So again, that's been lifted, no longer a requirement. All of these things that have been lifted, they're now making it board decisions on what we want to do for our district going forward. The mask mandate requirement was lifted last year, so that has not been in place for some time. So, you asked about cases in our district. So the first week of school, August 1st through 5th, we had 10 total cases. The second week of school, August 8th through 12th, we had 47 total cases, with Snell and Central being hit the worst. Central was at like 6 point something % positivity rate, and Snell was at 7 point something positivity rate. And then last week we had a total of 11 cases of COVID. So I did look up the Grant County, and we are at a medium, I'm not sure what they call it, but a medium risk factor for the number of positive cases that we have throughout Grant County. So again, we need to make decisions going forward of what we want to do. Our recommendation in talking with the nurses, talking with Dr. Spoletta, is that in order to move forward, that if we have positive cases in the district, that they would be required to isolate for 5 days, and then they're required to wear a mask for 5 days. if they're symptom-free, they've had no fever for 24 hours, that we allow them to come back into school again wearing the mask for 5 days. If we have any illness-related absences, that we make sure that parents go through the nurses so that we make sure that we have proper documentation in PowerSchool as to why those absences are occurring. Masks, we have had them optional, even though the state did away with mask mandate. We do have some students, we do have some staff that continue to wear masks, and that we continue to make that an option. And then, depending on our cases, that we do continue to put other protocols in place. So example, the week before, even though we only had August 1st through 5th, we only had 10 cases. Several of those were at San Lorenzo. So they put several other mitigations into effects. For example, at Central, when we had the high number of, the week before, I had custodians again start disinfecting high-touch areas. We started using our foggers again. We were leaving our windows propped open to allow for air circulation. So when our numbers go up, there are things that we can put into place. Having the teachers, again, wipe down tables, wipe down desks in the morning, wipe them down again in the afternoon. So again, these are all board decisions now as to what we're going to do going forward, and which of these items in the memo that we're going to go ahead and continue with CDC guidance and state guidance, whether we're going to continue to do those or not in our district.
Are there any questions?
Has the staff, teachers, have they been given an option to provide their input of what they would feel safe with?
It is difficult to comprehend what you have presented in terms of what we have going forward and what we're doing. And it would be much more effective if instead of, putting out what the governor's put out, to have what we are contending to be, what our mitigation efforts are going to be, and have that summarized. And that can cause a dialogue that we can get more input on. It isn't the board decision to make these mitigations. It is the board's approval of that it comes from the superintendent and yourself. And actually, there is a policy that we are supposed to have a health advisory council. And so we should be looking at that to put that together, so that can be a forum to have more input on the mitigations. So if we could put this on the agenda again for next meeting to discuss it in terms of, if I can highlight what it is, what are the mitigations that we have in place right now, who's participating in developing those mitigations, and continue with the monitoring and give us a census of the impact that people impacted with COVID.
And then could you also add transportation and how that's being taken care of, transporting children?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's also part of the toolkit, the previous one. And then also how visitors entering schools are monitored as well. And then could you also, I was looking at the PM schedule for like the air filtration systems and stuff in the building. I know you just spoke, but it would be good to see that as well.
Yeah,
and I would like just staff and teacher input. What would make them feel safe while they're at work?
And
then could we also do families as well?
Yeah.
Or parents.
Yes.
And then if we have an upcoming flu season, so.
And
usually we get hard and
yeah, it really hard right after Christmas break.
Yeah.
So I didn't catch a lot of the first part. I only caught what mitigation procedures do we have. I didn't catch the rest of it. I think you said 3 things.
One is the health council. 2 is not having it documented to a point where we can see what's available now. That's a mitigation.
We've actually still been following the same COVID mitigation that we put into place a year ago.
depending on our, percentage of positive cases, but I know that the 3 new board members have not.
Well, even then, it's changed dramatically. We don't have the entry of the students being watched and people getting hand sanitizers there when they go in. You know,
I think the latest one didn't have that unless we had a 3% or higher positivity rate, and we.
So in that, if you could indicate the triggers that would cause that to happen, such as the 3%, then we would have that.
So it's basically just updated the COVID mitigation plan that we have based on the new guidelines and what we'd like to see going forward based on staff and family.
Yeah, and any triggers that would go into effect once a percentage, whatever percentage it is that would cause that change. Okay.
So based on that, then right now we're continuing to follow what was in place prior to this memo, which means the weekly surveillance tests for non-vaccinated staff. So we want to continue with that until we come back to the next meeting and make some decisions going forward. So everything that is currently in place will continue to be in place until we decide to make changes.
So just real quick, this one, the July 22nd, is the one that you're
reference to?
Well, actually, that's the state toolkit. What we did as a district is we based it on that information and we wrote our own mitigation plan, whereas if we have 1%, we do these things, 2%, we do these things, and then so on and so forth till we have 5% or higher. Then we continue to add some more intense mitigations depending on the number of cases that we have. So what we'll do is we'll look at updating that and bring that back.
I haven't seen that. Would you mind sending that to me?
We'll update it and then bring that to the next meeting.
Further questions? We'll move on. Oh, so we're gonna, yeah. The action item would be to table and to re-report on the next meeting. If somebody would like to make that motion.
So I'd like to make a motion to table the approval of the NMPED toolkit adoption.
And to put it on the next agenda.
Oh, and then to put it on the next agenda.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion to table and to put it on the next agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. And now we'll go on to approval of bills.
So, the finance committee met last Monday and we did review the bills that you have in front of you. I do have one question. I guess, I don't know. I have it highlighted here. For the Cuddy and McCarthy, and I don't know if Frank Ryan would be the one to answer this. The 5 invoices. Did we get a copy of those invoices of what exactly, of the 5 invoices?
Did you get a copy?
So I don't think we did. And so my concern is that some funds were paid to Cuddy and McCarthy before that shouldn't have been paid. And we didn't receive a copy of those invoices. I think I would like to see a copy of those invoices before we approve the bills.
And give those to everybody.
Okay. And that just was brought up recently, given new information that's been received.
And I did contact them about the ones that were in question too, and they didn't respond.
Okay. So yeah, for these 5 invoices that were paid for the 13,000, if we could get those invoices before we approve them. So I'm not sure if we can approve the bills with the exception of that one, or if we have to wait
We can.
until we get more information on that one.
We can approve the bills without that one. We can look, we can hold that one up to the next meeting, and we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting for review and approval.
That was my only note from our finance meeting,
So
but others were there too.
so what's LEAP?
That's actually what I asked at the finance meeting,
Yeah.
and it's a lease for one of the copy machines.
Okay. The rest of them, like I get it, but that was just random.
And also, Frank was going to work on getting us a more detailed, like detailed invoices, right? Which we had, so it would tell us what the purchase order was for, and it gives us like what was provided, the services, or what was paid for, so.
And that's a very significant step going forward. What we were given before was just the listing of the print of the payments made, nothing having to do with the backup to that, unless we specifically requested that. So I really appreciate the direction that's going now. I also appreciate the chairperson, Ms. Murillo, opening the meetings to all members of the board. Participate in the finance committee. However, we are facing a challenge, and that is that public participation may be in question as to whether it's allowed on the finance committee. And so that's a discussion perhaps we can have with the superintendent, the council on that in the next meeting. And I'll bring that up again at the items for next meeting.
Could you clarify what you mean by public participation? Because it's an open meeting, so anyone can come in and speak.
Yes, but being on the committee itself is.
You mean the community members?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, and that's was brought up by the attorney.
Oh, okay.
So we can get more clarification on that at the next meeting. Right now, we can continue with what we have, but then if we find out that's prohibited, then we'll have to still invite them to participate as a member of the public in the committee meeting, but not as a committee member.
Because all the documents during those meetings are public information, right? So they could still get them and still ask questions. They just wouldn't be official members if the lawyer said.
And that's the same as our agenda packets. Those are all public information.
I can run that by the school board association too if you want me to.
Okay. So if there's a motion to proceed with approving the bills with that exception, unless there's other exceptions?
So I make a motion to approve the bills from July 1st through August 12th, with the exception of the Cuddy and McCarthy payment from August 5th
for the
to be tabled, or for the amount of $13,178.68 to be tabled for the next board meeting.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, heard the motion. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion's unanimous, it passes. Okay, now we go to approval of polling location.
Mr. President, board members, in your packet, there's a letter from the Grant County Clerk's Office requesting San Lorenzo Elementary School for the polling location on Tuesday, November 8th.
And just a continuing practice.
Yes.
At least. Okay, do we have any questions?
It's Monday through Wednesday, correct?
It's actually, the official day is November 8th, but it's Monday, November 7th through Wednesday, November 9th.
They have to set up.
Oh, Jared, okay. I was wondering about the 9th.
In your packet, there's a letter that explains all of that.
Okay. So I entertain a motion to approve the polling location at San Lorenzo.
So moved.
That would be Ms. Begay made the motion. And is there a second?
A second.
Okay. And all those in favor signify by, or is any discussion? I'm sorry.
I just want to say, I think it's really awesome that they'll have a polling place in a school. Because I remember growing up seeing polling places in our elementary and just being made aware of that civic duty, and that they're able to see it. I think it's really cool.
And our union is very involved in trying to make sure that we get as much participation through the students as well. So that's glad to see that. I'm glad to see that embraced as well. Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, now we go back to unfinished business. Did you need a break?
I don't want to make everyone take a break, but I do need a break.
Okay, unfinished business, updating of roof repairs.
So, Mr. President and board members, as you know, we've had some roofing problems. When I started June 1st, I was told by the outgoing operations director that we needed to repair the roofs at Snell and Bayard Elementary, Snell Middle School and Bayard Elementary. With the heavy rains over the last 3 or 4 weeks, we've discovered a lot of leaks throughout the district. So we had a civil engineer before we spent a lot of money fixing all these roofs, which we didn't have money to completely repair those 2 roofs of those buildings. The civil engineer told us otherwise. He told us that Snell and Bayard do not need total roof reconstructions, but San Lorenzo and the district office here do need some serious work. So he also recommended that we don't go with the local people that have been repairing the roofs, that we go with more professional companies out of Las Cruces or El Paso. So our maintenance guys have been working to try to fix the repairs, but there's too many at this point. So I guess at this point, talking with the finance committee the last 2 weeks, what we're going to do is we're going to check the warranties at Bayard Elementary and Snell Middle School. They both are fairly newly constructed or renovated, so the warranties should be in place for those 2 buildings. But we are going to try to have those companies that specialize in TPO, which is a type of roofing that we need to get done, patch the roofs at Snell, Bayard, and Cobre High School. And then total TPO projects for San Lorenzo and this district building. So that's kind of where we're at. I wish I had better news. And these are definitely things that need to be done as soon as possible. We can't just throw all this money away and then 2 or 3 years down the road have to do it again. So we're looking for some additional quotes from those specialized companies in Las Cruces and El Paso that do TPO work on the roofs. But there is a lot, and I know both the principals can attest to that. They're here, and our guys don't have the resources or manpower to repair all of them, even temporarily at this point. So we've got a lot of leaks right now.
And no let up on the rain. Is there comments from the schools?
I just want to say that Carlos has been up on the roof trying to troubleshoot. You don't know where leaks come from sometimes. And he's been doing the best he can to get up there and just find those seams or where there's potential of leakage. It has helped a little, but not to the point where they are totally repaired.
He's going to continue doing that. Every day he goes up there and then it rains again. It doesn't really have a chance to dry. So he's been doing that for the last 2 weeks. So we're doing the best we can with what we've got. We can't just dish out a lot of money and have the same repairs again in another year. Can't do it. So hopefully we'll be able to get all of these companies to come give us quotes and come in and fix them as soon as possible.
I'm appreciative that we're looking at the warranties to see if some of them are covered and can reduce our costs that way. Just kind of a point of information, the budget that was for re-roofing the administration office was around $200,000 when it was initially set. And we ended up only spending $80,000. So kind of curious as to, and you know, it's kind of after the fact, but it's just kind of like maybe that was a decision that was not well made.
We have funds available to do the work for all of these, but we don't have funds to totally do the roof at Snell or Bayard.
But the engineer said that wasn't necessary,
He
correct?
said no.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I gave all the finance committee people the email that came from the civil engineer today.
Good.
Just one question, and I asked this in finance, was any classrooms being, like instruction being disrupted?
As far as I know, no, but I know that the library at Snell and maybe the principals can give me more details on those classrooms.
For Bayard, it's no classrooms, it's the hallway. We came to a big mess this morning. We came into a big mess because I guess we had a tile up there and it fell down. And fell over. And then the gym.
So at the high school, we have one classroom, the ag classroom. It depends though on the angle of the rain. So we hope for a different angle. But we get in there and we mop it up in the mornings before the kids get in there. And luckily, so far during the day when it's been raining, it hasn't been at the right angle. Always at night though.
We have authorized a local person to do that ag room, so that he did get a purchase order today.
Okay.
And I do remember that last year, there was in the art room, it kept dripping water down when it would rain. And then at one point, the roofing tile cracked, and so it fell all over the art room.
Wow. And what's the condition of that now?
So far, I'm not sure. I don't think anything has really been done about that yet.
Okay.
And I'll go tomorrow and I'll look in the art room. But Mr. Begay hasn't said anything about leaks in his room, so.
At Snell, no classrooms, library, offices, little trip in the gym, but the nurse's office rooms, I think this weekend. That one got a little more substantial.
So special ed also had issues with the roofs last year at the high school.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know? Yeah.
That would be by the art room.
We had a new leak today before we got here.
What was that? That was what?
But isn't there an aquifer? Isn't it still an aquifer? I wonder if it's part of that.
Maybe
Yeah.
there's water coming the ground is pretty saturated in the
Yeah.
district.
But I remember there was also an issue with the pump that it didn't have a way to alarm that when it was on, or when it would needed to be on, and as to see if it was on. Can you find out about that?
I
Should
can
have
have
been
somebody
taken.
check the dungeon tomorrow at the high school.
Appreciate that, because there is a pump that's installed and I haven't heard of it working yet. Okay, dungeon. Okay, any other comments? Okay, then now we'll go to the pay and contracts, item C.
There's been a lot of concerns and complaints about contracts and about pay for PLTP, Big 5+. And so our admin team has worked with the union president to try to get all of this resolved. I think we've done that. We've gotten everybody revised contracts, correct information. I feel like we've resolved that at this point.
Would you like to have a comment?
The union is pleased with where things have gone with the contract negotiations.
That's excellent.
We're very happy with what things have been today. And are happy with the end result.
Okay, no other comments? Okay, we'll go to the campus board meetings.
So, if everything goes as planned, we'll be having our board meetings split between the boardroom, I guess it's the new boardroom, that was the old boardroom. It's been renovated, the air conditioning system works today, the carpet's been put in place. So we'll have our first meeting of the month in there, and then we'll rotate among the campuses. So the principals have got a sheet today to complete, to sign up for meetings at their campus.
So this means the first meeting in September will be there?
Yes.
Wow, that's a welcome relief.
It's a little bit more room.
And it's going to have the AB to the side?
We're working on that part.
Okay.
That's the one thing that hasn't really been done at this point.
We will be able to continue with the YouTube?
Yes.
And Google Meet?
Yes.
Okay. And remote participation?
Yes.
And then we did discuss that when people talk to, for the new meetings, to like introduce themselves. So that we
Yes.
know who they are. Yeah.
Yeah, and I apologize that you haven't done that this meeting. So yes, we will do that.
So we do not have the means technology set up over there, but we will by the next meeting.
And if that could include a space for public comment to be made at a fixed location with a speaker and within view of the camera.
The technology team has been working on that.
Okay. Very good. And evidently alternative audio recording capacity in case we do lose the signal. Like
we have one, and the new board secretary will be in place by then too.
Very good. Okay, then that takes us out of unfinished business and we move into the Director of Finance report.
The Director of Finance is sick, so he won't be able to do that report tonight.
Hope he feels better.
And I think one of the things he probably was going to mention was going to be the auditor coming in the end of August.
I have them in my report tonight.
Okay, then we can cover that. Okay, Director of Technology report. Victor, are you doing that remotely?
He's here. Let me see if I call him.
I'm on my way down. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay. He's just right up here in his office, or? Okay.
Talked about like having that, everybody needed the audio or just captioning for the meetings.
Oh, yeah.
Something that we need to add to the
Yeah,
next meeting agenda.
we can bring that up still as a discussion under the campus board meeting. So you want to go ahead and bring that up?
Oh, so part of our protocol is that we would like to have like under one of these announcements, there's a section that talks about if anybody needs accommodations in a language or closed captioning. But we were also concerned too, is that when they do the video, they could have closed captioning actually set up while we're doing our meeting.
He can probably answer this during his
Okay,
report.
then that kind of fits in both items.
Hello?
Okay. Would you please introduce yourself, and if it's possible, can you sit over here so that you can actually be viewed by? Yeah, sure, absolutely.
So I'm Victor, and I'm the Director of Technology for Cobre Schools. Where should I begin? Well, I was gonna do it remotely, but got kind of tied up doing other work. So what we got going on right now, and I'll make copies of these for you. These are outboard. I'll just bring you guys up to date with what we have going on right now. I know you guys are aware that we, what happened during our 2021-22 school year. Cobre Consolidated Schools participated in a broadband deficiencies correction program, a special consortium fiber build. That was through collaboration with the Southwest RDC, and that was we did a brand new fiber upgrade here at the main office all the way to Hurley. We were awarded Cat 1 for that fiber build from here to Hurley. Broadband transition from 200 megabytes per second from CenturyLink to 1 gig through W&M Communications. And then right now we have pending projects. We have our phone system upgrade for the entire district. Enrollment broadcast that will integrate as an emergency alert system, schedule and PA system through the phones. That's, I have a meeting tomorrow, and I'll have more information after tomorrow's meeting. It's at 2 on the status of when we'll start that project. We're hoping we'll have it done by middle of September. We're also in the process of upgrading the infrastructure for Snell, Hurley, Bayard, and Central. Bayard and Central will be through CARES funding. And Snell and Hurley was through Category 2 awards. Also, with upgrading our phone system, will also be 911 compliance. That's currently going on. Future projects, we're looking at upgrading our fire and security alert systems, district-wide keyless entry system, and district-wide surveillance system. And we're also looking at trying to do a disaster recovery network solution, and we're going to locate that at Bayard. Bayard or Cobre High. It just depends on whenever Cobre High comes into play on infrastructure, the building upgrade. So Bayard would be probably the suitable location for that. So tomorrow we'll have that meeting. We'll update you guys on that. We did have an email domain or the main DNS domain changeover from cobre.k12.nm.us to cobreschools.org. That took place in July. Kind of helped showing out that, reading out that address, it's kind of long. So especially you got these little kids with 3 or 4 names and having to spell out that whole email, it's kind of frustrating. Any questions?
What did you say the emergency alert system was called?
Informacast.
Informacast?
Could you describe that, please?
What is it? We are looking at the PA system in San Lorenzo originally went out. They can't do announcements. Their bell schedule is on, but they really can't control it. I don't see Mr. Corey here, but when I called it in, Daniel and myself, we called in that PA system. They're like, "You still have one of those? Send us pictures so we can see that we have proof that you guys really have that in place." Obviously, it's obsolete. They're still parts available for it. So instead of spending a lot of money on focusing on just the PA system, plus the bell system and the phone system, we're going to integrate this, and it's going to be able to broadcast messages, the bell schedules, and alerts through the phone system, all in one platform rather than trying to replace. Right now we got San Lorenzo and Cobre High that are having issues with intercoms. So we'll have the capabilities of doing so through the phones. Hopefully with some of this tech bonds money that's going to come in play, maybe, after we have this in place, we can see where the trouble areas are where we can't hear announcements and maybe install IP speakers. That'll be the cheaper solution than upgrading the entire intercom system, because it's kind of they're all dated and it's not really the way to go anymore. So it's cheaper to go this route, and the whole district will benefit from it.
So the IP speakers will be used in the hallways and the gyms.
Hallways, gyms, in some classrooms. It all just depends on. And I haven't been fortunate enough to go and do a site visit to see it in play. Very busy in this district. There's 2 of us, so to go do a site visit is very. I don't know if it'll happen, but once we have it in play, we'll see how it goes. From the reviews and just the recommendations and just the experiences the company that we're working with has, they say that it's been great. That's the way everyone's going. Other cool thing is, once we do our infrastructure upgrade with the keyless entry systems or surveillance, all of this can tie together. So you'll be able to do everything off one platform or 2 platforms. It'll be 2 platforms, but be able to control it within in that same area.
So the portable right now have phones that would work off of this intercom system?
Yes, the portal. Which portal are you referring to?
The Bayard one, the Hurley one.
Bayard's not being used right now, but it did have a phone. Hurley's being used. There's 1 phone in there. That system, that portable, we ran 2 lines in there. So if they want to, if we need to put another phone in that play, then we'll be able to do some of the new system through Wi-Fi.
Okay, yeah, but that's 2 separate rooms.
Yeah, but right now they have to deal with it. So
and is there any intended use of the portable?
Not this year.
Not this year? Okay. But it would be something you would want to do as part of this upgrade, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Also, I think we have to do the fire system installation in there. It's not in compliance. So there's another reason why it should be done at the moment. Yeah.
So we were reviewing some of our protocols.
Yes.
And well, I was just wondering, I know that we have to resend, like, if people need language translation or closed captioning. So I was just wondering, like, when we do our videos or whatever, if that's something that's an option that can automatically scroll for somebody who's watching, or can it be changed even languages if needed, or?
It can. We can turn on closed captioning. That's not an issue. We do that. Just sometimes they say like it gets in the way. So we can turn it on. About multiple languages at once, I'm not exactly sure. I have to research that.
Okay. Or if somebody chose, say, like, if we wanted to hear it in Spanish, or closed captioning, would that be an option for them to change?
I have to switch them there.
Okay. But maybe that's something that we can communicate for people who need it, right? Because we do have different languages in the district.
And that would, it benefits not only by having that there, but there's a lot of time the audio is not that good, and I don't know how well it would work when the audio is not that good.
To be honest, I don't agree with that, because we listen to the audio in the meeting and also on the YouTube.
I've done a number.
It makes it hard because people don't stand up and speak close.
Yes, yes.
So it's anyone presenting that doesn't come up close is hard.
But even then, I've gone through. I used the YouTube for evidentiary purposes, and I would have to get a Bluetooth speaker set up so I could make the sound louder, so I could actually have it recorded. That way, when I was going to use it as evidence. but there's some sound, where the board members are speaking and you can't hear.
Oh, yeah, no, with the previous board, it was very hard to hear phone moving real fast.
I resemble that remark, but,
like I say, it's, we take what we do very seriously, and like I said, I can show it up on any of my systems, and it sounds good. There are some speakers that speak very low, but without having equipment, it's kind of hard to do. So
yeah,
we
but
just
this would be added perk to that, and then it would mitigate that as well.
And for people who can't, you know what I mean, have hearing issues, that would allow them to hear the meeting as well, or language as well. So do we need, is that something that we need to choose as a board, or is that just something that is an option, or what?
Well, is there something as simple as turning on a switch?
It can be, but we don't have, we'd have to put a system in place, especially if you guys want to do it in different campuses. That's hauling around all this equipment all over the place. If we do it in the boardroom, we can have all that set up and installed all the time where it's just a flip of a switch.
Still want to be done remotely as well. To compromise that is not something that we can talk about it, but my initial response is that we should be consistent. But that is a board decision, and that is a recommendation that needs to come from the superintendent. So
could we get 2 of these? Because this is like the speaker right here, right?
Yes.
Could we get 2 of them? Maybe that would help.
Actually, that's
it's supposed to get. Yeah.
The technology department discussed having board mics in the new boardroom, as well as for the speaker that comes up to address the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff that we would like, it's just not. And I've been wanting to get a work session or something created or started, and I think you guys host your own, because you announced that at the very beginning of this meeting. So it's like, to give you guys in-depth things on the YouTube, the Google Meet and all that, I prefer to do the Google Meet, and then it's recorded, we can upload it right after the meeting to YouTube, since it's only for human purposes only. That would cut manpower, and, one of our guys can have a life, and I can be here managing that. But it's we're recording the Google Meet. If anyone's participating, they'll all be on this one, and that'll cut the streaming as well.
At some point, can we have a work session, as you mentioned, to discuss not only the current environment, but the potential use of the technology funds, so that we can have a defined purpose for and community input on the use of that funding?
I think we could. I think that's a good solution. But I think at the same time, I think the use of those funds should be between the administrative team and technology, especially if it's for technology. We go by doing surveys, like I did with reaching out to see what teachers are looking for in a laptop.
Certainly.
Things like that, focus on what we need, and
that would be the idea. And the participation, extend the participation so that we do know what's needed.
Because I've had at least a dozen staff members turn around and buy the same exact laptop on their own because they like it so much. They're nice. But there's so much. But right now, with the dated equipment in some of these buildings, especially like Snell, the high school, and San Lorenzo, they don't have a building search. So we have all these brand new projectors that are coming in, getting ready so we can swap out the ones that are fried to be right back in the same boat. So we need to figure out a solution that so that we evaluate these buildings before we waste like $18 million piece of equipment and of how we're going to take it out.
And so do you just all projectors are in all the classrooms?
Yes, there's the interactive projectors in all the rooms. Yeah, and the rooms that didn't have projectors, we used the CARES money to purchase those and also replace the ones that were fried. Since that list was done and since we submitted the order, I believe it was in May, we've had probably another 9 or 10 that's fried.
And I know that these projectors, even the light bulbs, are really expensive.
These actually, they've come down. We can get the bulbs, they're under $100 now. It's the power supplies that are expensive. That's one thing that Epson's really turned around on, even during the pandemic with the cost of inflation and all that. The bulbs are still affordable. Power supplies are one thing that's hard to get a hold of. It's a very time-consuming process to replace them as well.
So I'm just, I mean, like, if I'm going over time, please let me know, but what would be a better option? Instead of, I mean, like, if you had the money, I mean, just like dreaming, what would you like to do? Like, you would think in a classroom would be easier to maintain and.
If it was up to me on that, and we had the budget for it, would be interactive. They're like TVs. You know.
I think that's on our agenda further down as 21st century technology.
Okay.
Yes.
It's current. Okay, yeah. I was just.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think the longevity of those are. I think it's just a matter of everything becomes obsolete with software. So the developer pushing it out, then you'll have a system that's, that's 2 or 3 years after it's obsolete.
Okay, so we'll leave those that part till the 21st century.
I do want to recognize Victor. He's gone out of his way to do a lot of extra things this year, social media. He's fixed the website, and he's got a plan to rebuild the website for not only the district page, but also each school page. He's been working on that. He led a lot of the behind the scenes stuff with convocation as well. Yeah. And he's doing transportation temporarily until our operations director starts.
Yeah,
he's doing
all that on here, but it's in my slides. I was like, I should have just done it over there. But yes, it's been a challenging year. It's been a good start though. I couldn't have done it without Daniel and Emil. He's online right now, but there's a lot that we do. And right now, the biggest thing is trying to keep the 4 main campuses that we're getting ready to upgrade up and running. Every time a storm rolls in, I'm like, oh, Mr. Avalos is gonna call me. Alma's usually the first one because the kitchen's there first. So, I'm there in San Lorenzo. Those are concerns. You gotta make sure that their communications and their networks up and running.
I want to say thank you for the social media because I know it helps me stay informed of what's going on in the district. So thank you. And thank you for everything you've done.
Yes. I've been trying to get the school board so that we could do social media, and we have some people who don't want to. So.
You mean as a school board?
Yeah.
Oh, because I have a page.
So I'm just teasing. So
again, I resemble that.
Is that I don't know how to do, but I know he was suggesting for maybe we could put out a next agenda to have to talk about just do Google Meet for these meetings instead of having both YouTube and.
I think that's right. We can work this out.
Okay.
I think we can work this out.
Okay.
That's what you just mentioned.
Okay.
And
then the closed caption.
Yes, closed caption. I'll make sure we get that one.
Thank you.
very good.
And then that question, I know when I first came on board, we had talked that you had an open position. We had any luck there?
We did have a couple applicants. I'm still trying to figure out that position. So that's a discussion. Dr. Spillane and I am this day.
So that should be a finance committee meeting discussion as well. And as it pertains to the availability of funds for that position.
Is there anything else you guys have?
Thank you very much. And I would want to echo the support, and I feel very comfortable with you being there at the helm and Danny there right beside you. It's a good team. It's a very good team.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Director of Curriculum and Instruction report.
We'll take turns here with that.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Spillane, I'm Joyce Barilla, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. I've got a few things that I want to talk about. One of them is computer programs. We did have several meetings in the spring to try to curb a little bit of the computer programs that we're using. We had an excess of programs and it was really difficult to really have a good handle on the reports and use the reports in the computer programs to really drive instruction. So right now we're using more consistent programs. We're using Lexia for K through 3. It's more of a structured literacy program. For 4 and 5, we're using Reading Plus. We're also using that for intervention courses at the middle school and the high school. That program really focuses on vocabulary, reading fluency, and reading comprehension. K through 8, we're using the Accelerated Reader program. We also this year implemented the STAR program as part of the Renaissance program with AR. And then K through 5, we're also using iReady math program. We also work to streamline our benchmark assessments. So this year we're using iStation for K through 2, iMesa 3 through 5, and then this year Snell Middle School went back to NWEA. So 6 through 12 we're using NWEA. iMesa just wasn't giving us the reports that we needed at the middle school to really help drive instruction. I've been working with Amber Richmond at the REC on MLSS. We're really going to be targeting Snell Middle School. So we're working to set up a couple of trainings after school to work with the teachers on differentiated instruction within the classroom so that we can start looking at more targeted interventions for students who may be struggling. We did finish the pre-K playgrounds at San Lorenzo and Bayard Elementary. I know San Lorenzo wants a little bit more work done on there, so that's something we're going to look at going forward. They want a fence, and then I think there's some dirt work that needs to be done to be completely finished with that. I did have a meeting, I believe it was last week or the week before, with Yaya Aguilera from Save the Children out of Las Cruces. I would like to bring her in to do a presentation for the board. There are several initiatives that Save the Children can offer to the district, and so I'd really like the board to hear all the initiatives directly from her. So I will be setting that up for, hopefully, I don't know if you want the next meeting or the meeting after that so that we can get that set up. They are going to be delivering, they did have an abundance of sanitizer and wipes. So those are 2 things that we did start with. I ordered a pallet of each for each of the 6 campuses. The other thing that we're going to definitely start with Save the Children is holiday boxes. So what they would do is they would provide the district with funding so that we can go out and purchase food to be able to put together some holiday boxes for our families. This year at Snell Middle School, we are offering 2 classes of welding. One of them is an exploratory class where all students in 7th grade go through the welding class, and then the second period it's an elective for any students in 7th and 8th grade that want to participate in the welding class. So I did apply for a community investment fund grant through Freeport for $50,000. Submitted the rough draft of the grant and received feedback on there yesterday. There's 2 little areas that I need to look at correcting so that it can go forward. What we're looking at purchasing there would be some arc welders, grinders, miscellaneous tools such as pliers, tape measure, wire cutters, wrenches, some curriculum for the welding class, as well as personal protective equipment such as welding helmets, glasses, gloves, and jackets. So I did request $60,000 from Freeport for that grant, so we should know more about it. I believe it's in November. I think the final, I have until next week to complete the couple of little corrections that need to be made, and then the application will go forth. Bilingual curriculum, I'm working with Melissa Gonzalez at Snell Middle School. We are looking at purchasing the same curriculum that they're using at the high school, which is a CSA. So Melissa and I will be getting together here in the next few days so that we can put together a requisition to submit for that. We also are looking at purchasing some bilingual materials for the elementary. That one's going to take a little bit longer. There was a program that the elementary did inform me that they were interested in. So this summer I had a presentation by that company. but it wasn't what the elementary schools wanted. And so we really need to spend a little bit more time looking at different bilingual programs that are out there before we make a decision. Because if we had gone with what the elementaries wanted without seeing the presentation, they would have not been happy. They all admitted that that's not what they were looking for. So I did contact PED and got a list of the high quality instructional materials that are approved by PED. So as soon as I'm able to be freed up from Central Elementary, that's going to be one of our targets, is getting some of those companies in here so that we can start looking at some additional materials. We also did finalize the DARE schedule. That starts the week of August 29th with graduation, tentative date scheduled for November 16th. Upcoming items with curriculum instruction, we do have a CLSD site visit on September 29th. We are looking at that one being in person. We've done them virtually for the last 3 years. We do have 2 site visits with CLSD, one in the spring and one in the fall. Our district literacy plan is due October 15th. So I am meeting with the coaches tomorrow so that we can get started looking at that literacy plan. We also have the bilingual annual progress report due September 30th. And an attendance improvement plan that's also due on September 30th. The other thing I forgot to mention is with the computer programs, in our district cabinet meeting, we kind of made the decision that what we would do going forward is have Victor roll over the programs for the year, because there's a lot of files that need to be done and uploaded to get the school year going. And then I've been meeting with the instructional coaches. What we're going to do going forward is I've trained all the instructional programs on Lexia, AR, Reading Plus, iStation, NWEA, so that the coaches can go ahead and manage those programs. It really is a lot of work. I know Ms. Davis did it in the past, but just trying to keep it up with students who move out of the school and students who move into the school and getting them added into all the computer programs is pretty overwhelming for Victor to be able to handle. So again, we've just trained the coaches to be able to do that. The other thing is, as a district, all campuses are using Planbooks, which is the house for lesson plans. I did meet with coaches in the spring as well as principals, and we've come up with pretty much a uniform template for all campuses to use in Planbook.
For their lesson plans?
For lesson plans.
And are teachers required to use this uniform template, or can they use templates that work for them?
So the components that are included in the template are required. How they set it up in Planbook, that would be up to them. So they could either use them by setting them all up in tabs, but what a lot of people have chosen to do is do it by the content, like language arts, math, middle school and high school. They're doing it by their class periods and then incorporating those components into the way they want to set it up.
Also, this is a social studies adoption year. Have those curriculum been looked at?
Not yet. We did just receive some information from the state as far as that's concerned, so that we can start looking at, again, their list of the high quality instructional materials that has been put out by them, and those will be the materials that we start looking at going forward so that we can adopt. Definitely for the middle school, I know they really don't have a whole lot, so they're kind of our priority right now going forward to try to get them something. But yes, we need to adopt district-wide for social studies.
And what are the reading and math curriculums the districts are using?
At the elementary, math is iReady. Secondary for both middle school and high school is Carnegie. And language arts at K through 2 right now, we're using Reading Horizons. 3 through 8, that's another one of our goals this year, is to really look at adopting a language arts curriculum. This year we're using a multitude of items. We're using the Nancy Calkins units of study at the elementary. We also have, oh my gosh, I just lost the name of the reading curriculum. Reading Street.
So there isn't currently a uniform
No, and then the high school, we did adopt, some curriculum for them in language arts last year. It's New Mifflin, New Mexico, something, New Mexico Introduction into Literature. We did purchase that last year at the secondary.
So it is concerning that Lucy Hawkins' units of study is still being used,
We're phasing
even though that research has showed that it makes poor readers. And it just concerns me that we've been using it for how long? 4 years?
Probably since the draft went into effect.
So I'm just thinking these students, a third of their reading instruction has been done with the curriculum that has been proven to make poor readers.
And that's why we are looking going forward to, we are phasing it out. So we have been using circle funds, CLSD and circle funds for that. So in meeting with the public education department, we have let them know that we are phasing it out, but because that's what we have right now, we are using that, but we also have K through 8. We also have the Appendix B classroom sets in the libraries that we're really promoting teachers to use this.
So I have a question, just for curriculum. So you don't choose curriculum prior to the school year. It's whatever, so just for just my view, is so that as a teacher coming in, the school district has an ability to say, we're using this science, we're using this English. So like she's saying with the English, and you're just adopting it now for certain things, is it for next year, the next couple of years, or how is that done?
The way that we're gonna look at it, it would be probably for next year. We did adopt last year K through 2 and then 9 through 12. So what we're looking at right now for language arts is 3 through 8. And so typically we do adopt it in this spring.
Prior year. And then my other question was that regarding the welding class, what is in place to make sure that that continues? So it's just not 1 year and there's 2 classes and that continues on and then that continue into the high school as well.
So one of the big things is always having a teacher there that's certified in that area. I know we struggled with that for a while to get that person in place.
And so if you don't, next year, the class will continue.
And we would advertise for somebody to try to fill the position if you were to leave, but you know, we're hoping he'll stay. He's a Grant County resident, so born and raised.
Does the middle school have the infrastructure to hold a welding class?
Yes, because what we would do is we would look at the portable arc welders, a little bit different from what the high school has right now.
So as far as the adoption committee for curriculum, how many teachers are a part of that?
So we haven't quite set that yet. Again, with me being at Central, it's been really hard to move forward with a lot of these things. So what we did with the K through 2, and we adopted that, is principals just asked for volunteers at each of the campuses, and we had a pretty decent sized committee. I think we had about 9-10 people on the adoption committee for the K through 2.
Okay. And then my other question was plan book. Could they use a different lesson plan template like Serena had asked? Say they've been teaching 25 years and they use this template and it works for them. Are they still allowed to do that? As long as it has the components that you're asking for.
Yeah, so we're asking them to be housed in plan book only because of the access that everybody has to those lesson plans as far as the principals. I know that there's a lot of walkthroughs being done by the district administration, so they have access to it as well. The instructional coaches also have access to that, so they can support teachers in the classroom. So that's really why we're using that as our, what do you call it, as our lesson plan template or lesson plan, what do you call it? I can't even think. Platform, thank you, there you go, platform, because of the access that everybody has to be able to access their lesson plans. And they don't have to be emailed like we were doing previously. Lesson plans are having to be emailed to the principals every Monday and really filling up that email pretty quickly.
Or could it be shared on the Google Drive? Would that be another option? Because I know we're a Google school district. Just for those teachers that are used to doing their lesson plans the way they've been doing them. That works for them.
And I think most schools, I know all the elementaries have been using Planbook for probably 5 years, maybe. Middle school has used it consistently for about the same amount of time. I think the high school has used it, it's not sure quite as staying there 5 years. So we've been using it for quite a while.
Can there be an option though for those people? Is
This
that a
year,
possibility?
yeah, this year there's not. Everybody is put into Planbook, but going forward, it's definitely something that we can look at.
And, well, if they have PDFs or Word documents, those can be uploaded
Yes.
into Planbook. So are they restricted to use the template Planbook has, or can they upload if they already have them in a Word document the way they
I'm
want
not
to?
sure
Are we providing that flexibility for our teachers?
I'm not sure that, I don't know if anybody's asked the other schools.
I am allowing that as an attachment, just as long as they have the components. So that's what they're doing. So a lot of teachers are just adding the attachment and making sure that the components are there.
And so what do our teachers have right now if we're looking at adoption for 3 through 8? What do they have right now to work with?
At the elementary, they have Reading Street, they have the Appendix B. Class sets, they have the Lucy Calkins materials, they have the school-wide, is that what they're called? The school-wide materials that were purchased a couple of years ago. They have the Haggerty materials, and is that everything?
So, a big component of the MLSS is having high quality curriculum. And so that's the core. And so if we're missing that core, it seems really difficult to do all the other layers that come with that. So I hope this is a priority to get this in, get our teachers high quality curriculums that have been vetted. There's lots of websites that you can vet materials and getting that teacher input, and our students need this.
And the coaches and I have met with several districts already on what they're using and what's being successful in other districts, as well as looking at the state adopted list for high quality instructional materials that have already been approved.
And there are companies out there that vet programs like edreports.org. Are those also being used
that one
to make sure?
There's 2 of them. There's that one and there's I can't remember the other one, but yes, those also give you the information on what's the high quality materials.
I'd like to make a comment if you don't mind. The district has gone and bought a lot of curriculum and class boxes and sets for the teachers.
Let me just stop you real quick. Can you announce yourself and kind of step up here? And,
We gotta hear you.
Good evening, I'm Pat Avos, I'm the principal at Snell Middle School. Of course, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Spalletta. One thing about, switching from one curriculum to another is not just an overnight process. It takes time. We put a lot of training, effort, and materials into this current curriculum. There has been some purchases late as last year where a lot of new materials are coming in to continue this program. Last year was finally determined that we're going to move into a different direction. The teachers have been trained. They're working on these things. They're implementing these things. The students have been coming through the course of different grade levels with these materials. And we're already opening up the book on some of these for the first time because it takes time to implement this stuff. So going and switching a curriculum so quickly is not just a 1 year to next year type of operation. It takes a little bit of time. And I think that the district has committed to now look at an alternative type of curriculum. But like I said, I don't even know if we could even do it as quickly as next year and have that effect and just throw all those materials away that we have spent a lot of money on grant-wise. It's going to take a little bit of time. So, one thing we as principals have all looked at this. It has to be positive. It has some negatives, obviously. We always want to pick a curriculum that's going to have the best bang for its buck and be the most effective. These programs that we have in place now, there is some pluses to them. There has been, but overall, people can say they're not working for us. then that's when we have to really look at and make some decisions based on a different curriculum. So it's just not an overnight process. It takes some time, you know. That's all I have to add.
So with the different choices you have, each school chooses which one they want to use. It's basically what's going on. I mean, I'm just trying to get
It's not necessarily by school. It's the coaches are working with the classroom teachers to determine what is available to best meet the needs of their kids in that particular grade. So it could be by grade levels, it could be school-wide, it could be individual based on what they need to meet the needs of their kids.
So if they have one grade in this curriculum, the next grade they could get a completely different.
Based on, so what we did is we created, what are those called that we, daily routines. We created some daily routines based on the grade bands for K through 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9, 12. And within that, there's a structure for language arts, and then a list of all the materials that can be used at that grade band that are accessible and available in the district.
So can I just add a little bit more to that from the teacher's perspective? Although, sorry guys, Nelson Diaz, I'm the athletic director and assistant principal. So just to add a little more to that, a lot of what the teachers are using, it is their resources, but the standards drive their instruction. So it's not like every year they get something different. They still use the same materials, but it's the curriculum itself, actually the standards themselves, that drive what they teach, and they just use what the district has provided to them in order to make sure that they meet those standards.
I have a few questions. One is, well, let me just start out with a general observation. This is the most substantive conversation that I've seen on the board related to curriculum. And that kind of points to where a lot of the problem is, and that is the absence of the board participation in this area that is so critical. And so I really appreciate this discussion from the administration point of view, but I am really proud to have the capacity of 3 teachers on the board. I mean, that is a significant strength, and it's one to build off of, certainly. And I really absolutely appreciate the direction that this conversation is going. And although I do have some reservations about what we call the transitional period and what Mr. Avalos was talking about, it needs to be gauged on the consequence of keeping that curriculum. Not so much the cost of what we put into it, not too much what has to be retaught. It has to be that if the students are not receiving, if they're receiving detrimental information, that is, or detrimental instruction, that is a fire that needs to be put out. And it needs to be addressed in that manner. And I think we have the capacity to work, and certainly the inclusion now of having such as curriculum adoption committees in place, which we haven't had before, at least not to reporting to the board as to what's been working. I think that's going to make this a much better year, and we really should look at a much more responsive concern, and the investment in it can be a discussion for the finance committee, but wherever we need to come up with money, we will work very difficult. I mean, we will overcome any of the difficulties that presents. And in that, one thing that I've seen absent in this discussion is an assessment of where our strengths are and where our weaknesses are. And I'd really like to see that incorporated into this discussion, where we have the interventions where they need to be. Math has been a terrible area in our performance. So is science, English as well. I mean, when we were looking at the percentages, and now we had a discussion with the Secretary of Education, and they are talking about the new assessments being available. Isn't it this week?
Pretty soon.
Pretty soon. So if we could get that and have a presentation on where we are, and it isn't to beat up anybody. It is a matter if we're lacking in some place, we need to know it, and it needs to come to the board. and the board needs to be able to avail the resources and direction to address that. This is probably, other than budget, this is the most important function, and I really love to see what's going on. It is a step, a major step in the right direction. So this is what we can do for our school to make it go back into where it was. So everybody participating in this discussion, I want to say thank you very much. Do you have anything to add? You're ready to well?
Well, and I do want to say, I understand adopting will take a while, but these students that are here right now, they don't have a while. You know, they've lost time with COVID. They've lost time with poor curriculums. Like, they don't have a whole lot of time. So I think it's urgent.
And then, oh, sorry.
Well, Mr. President, I did want to recognize Ms. Varela also for her hard work, not only as the director, but filling in as the interim principal at Central. She's done a great job with that. She likes to work, so it's easy for her.
Yeah.
But she's done a great job. I appreciate that.
I was just going to mention, talking about COVID, is that I realized too, as a parent on the other side, is how much like my students needed, my children needed a curriculum they weren't getting. And so my idea was like, as a curriculum, as a head, working with the schools and departments, how can we work better with parents to maybe help parents, give them, say like your child's having issues with this and this, here's some things that you can work with, and not just at a parent-teacher conference, like slide across the table and here's some links, but hey, why don't you come in, like really create a home school connection, because until I saw it, was sitting there with my children, I didn't realize it. And I was like, oh my gosh, okay, this and this and this. And so I was able to like, well, you know, supplement, but you don't know until you know. Right. And having that connection and communication is really important. Because I think majority of all parents want to know what their kids are doing and how can you help? What can I do? Hey, sorry.
If there's any more questions for curriculum and instruction?
Just again, just a great thank you, you know, doing double, triple duties, you know, everything you do for the district.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Spoletta, my name is Diana Davis. I'm the Director of Human Resources. I'm going to kind of piggyback off of Ms. Varela with her curriculum, and I know they're completing assessments right now, and so I'll be pulling all the data for all the programs, and that's part of the responsibilities I have. And so I will be looking at all our testing with, they're finishing up maps at the middle school and high school. At the elementary, they're finishing up with IMESA and iStation, oh my gosh, and iReady. And so we'll be putting a report together to kind of see if there's learning loss or gains. And that way you can have at least that information while we wait for the state testing to come back and see how our kids did. And so hopefully we can get that information out to you guys with the learning with the kids and everything, just with our assessments we have here in the district. There are, we do them 3 times a year. And so we can really see if our kids are growing at the beginning. We do it right at the beginning to see what they lost from the end of the year to now, and then we'll do it at the middle to see what their gains, and then right before testing to kind of see where they're at with their learning. So that was one of my items. So she just led me right to that. So you'll get some information soon to see how our curriculum that we have in place right now and where our kids are at. So just some of the things that I've been working on and have done so far is starting with PowerSchool. That's another hat I wear. It's our student information system, but not only our students, but also our staff. So right now, there's been a lot of updates with PowerSchool, and we've been troubleshooting some things that are not working. I've spent already 3 or 4 days with about 3 hours each day with PowerSchool, and they haven't fixed some things. They've had to escalate it every time. They still haven't fixed it, so we haven't been able to pull our attendance reports. It's the 3 letters, 5 letters, and the 10 letters, 10-day letters of absentees. So, so I can help Mrs. Mathis with her attendance reports that she does. So that's one thing that is they're having a hard time fixing on PowerSchool side. So we're hosted, so they have to try to figure out what's wrong. They have to try to fix it for us. So that's one of the components. Another piece that they're trying to fix is our SPED pages. One of our SPED pages, we've been on them. This line is reminding me, we were on hold for what, 2 hours the other day?
But it's almost been.
And it was impossible to even get someone to understand how to fix the component that we've been trying to fix since last year. It doesn't hold any new staff that's coming in, it's not holding them. So every night when it updates, it kicks them out and they're not able to log into the system. Our PowerSchool system is tied now to TiNet, which does all our special ed documentation. So those are things that PowerSchool is working on fixing right now. And so I am in contact almost every day with them. Either they're not emailing me, they're calling me. So like I said, I was on the phone, I think the other day for 3 hours with them and got nowhere. And so what they do is they get on my computer, they're on the phone, we're talking, they're asking me to do different things, they are troubleshooting it. So it takes a lot of time to get that up and running and doing what it needs to. But not only with that, I also have to run a lot of reports prior to our state reporting to ensure that all the information is input correctly for our students and our staff. I have to update everything for our staff myself. I have to pull reports for the schools and let the secretaries, our counselors at the secondary level know whether their information is missing, correct, if they're put into the right things. For example, a bilingual student, if they're not coded right, then we don't get the funding. Same thing with our L students, if they're not coded correctly or put in the correct classes, then we don't get the funding. We have to ensure that our teachers are licensed in those areas because it will flag. And then one of Mrs. Varela's part is to get waivers for those teachers that are in those positions. If they don't have the qualifications, they do get waivers from the state to give them time to get the credentials. So those are things with PowerSchool that I have to ensure, and it is time consuming. It takes a lot of time, and we have to just ensure that our data is really clean in PowerSchool. They are doing a project right now that's called NOVA, where the state is really trying. They have some pilot schools around the state where they'll be starting to pull our data correctly for PowerSchool to ensure that our data is clean and we're not making major changes, that we are entering what we need to. So I've really worked really hard with all the schools and showing them where the data goes, what needs to be fixed. There's still some schools that need help inputting student information and doing it correctly. So that takes time whenever I'm having to call that school to correct those issues with them. So those are just some of the things with our staff and student information system. And then with the STARS, I'll be attending a training next week. Last week of August, next week, right? To get some updates on STARS, because even with them, they'll give us updates of what needs to be working in our system. So when we do our first reporting to the State Department, that everything is getting pulled correctly out of STARS or out of PowerSchool into STARS, so we can report that. So again, that's another thing that takes me a long time to ensure that both of the things are talking to each other and everything's exactly how the state's wanting our information to look like. One of the things that has been really successful this year is our substitute training for our subs. I was just reviewing our list. We have some subs that did not attend any of our 3 sessions that we had. So I'm going to see if we can do another one this coming September and hopefully get the rest that did not attend those trainings, because it's been beneficial to those. You can see the difference of subs going into that had training that have not received the training. Also with our recruitment and job fairs that we've had, it's really helped. We've had quite a few this year to be able to get people into place this year and not have to start classrooms without having a teacher in place. Having said that, right now we're still looking at Bayard for 3 instructional aides, a permanent sub, and 3 fellows. Some people decided not to switch over to the fellows, so we're still looking at those to fill. At Central, they're still waiting for a permanent sub and hopefully getting one more fellow. Curly, 2 fellows, 1 permanent sub. Snell Middle School, 2 more fellows. And they're in the process of also probably taking up fellows and putting them in as an instructional aide. So that's going to open another space for him to hopefully get another fellows too, because they had an opening. Cobre High School, They've been lucky. They have their fellows, they have their permanent subs in place, good to go with that. They are looking to hire another custodian for their school at this time. And San Lorenzo, they have everyone in place, with the exception of trying to process. They've needed one more instructional aide, but the interview has already been done. We're just finishing up all the paperwork that needs to happen with the processing for that person. I'm continuing to process new staff that are coming on board, still looking at licensing, making sure that they have their backgrounds checked in place. If they don't have their backgrounds in good standing or cleared, then we can't have them on our campuses. So I've continued to just continue looking online and making sure that's getting done. And then we still have quite a few people pending with licenses. They're okay to work, but it's not our issue. New Mexico State Department has had a switch in people in their department, and they did tell us that it's taking 30 to 45 days to get people processed with licensing. As long as they're clear, we can have them into the classroom. I've been emailing our person that we contact. They just switched our person, and now they broke it into different departments. We keep emailing them, and if I'm not emailing them, I let Dr. Soleta know he's been emailing them. Sometimes we get responses right away. Sometimes we don't. We just keep emailing them. Phone calls. Sometimes we call, they don't answer. Very rare that they answer us. Once in a while I get a phone call back, but we don't let up, and they try to make sure everybody's licensed. And sometimes if I keep sending emails, I think they get tired of me, and they just like, Ms. Davis, we already issued this, and leave us alone. So that's helped a lot to just be persistent in emailing. Same thing with, and it's for everybody. This includes our coaches and everything, because we have to have our coaches with the correct licensing and background checks as well too. Substitutes, teachers, you name it. So been working with those. The other thing is we've worked out all, I think, hopefully all the contracts, not just the regular ones, the LTP, the coaches contracts, all of that. Been working also with making sure I'm kind of reviewing our vector training. I don't know if did we inform them about vector? Okay, so just an update. We have some teachers and staff and EAs to our custodian, food service and everything. We're doing another upload to Vector of people that were kind of missed when we first pulled that first roster to send to Vector. So I'm submitting another one. I did a cross-reference, and there was a few people that were left off. And then our last group of our subs are going to be added to Vector so they can get their Vector training completed. I'm in the process too of uploading ECOT. That the reason I haven't done that, again, there's a lot of student information missing from the system, and I don't have that information. The schools are the ones that input the information for the students. It's as simple as a phone number, a parent contact, their address, things like that. If they're not in place, I have to pull like 7 templates to upload into STARS in order for them to go into ECOT. And if any of that information is missing, it will not go through. And so I have already emailed the schools and let them know to please, especially the 3Y and 4Y in kindergarten, that those are the priorities to make sure all that information is input. I pulled it again last night. I still have a lot of gaps in information. I cannot upload those until that information is there. And if anything, I'll upload the kids that do have information, and then I might have to wait again to that other information. And it's a very tedious process because it's a lot of information on the templates. There's about 40 to 50 cells that I have to ensure are correct on those 7 templates, and it's different information that is pulled. And if it's not in the system again correctly, it does take time. Been working on job descriptions and trying to hopefully get, as we go, getting all our job descriptions completed too. So I'm still continuing working on that. And of course, still working with those workshops, I think. Did I need anything else? I told them I needed 3 hours, but.
In terms of what number of positions that we have vacant still, especially in the different categories, teaching and the non-certified staff.
Our teaching positions are all filled. We're just needing instructional aides, and that was just due to students' needs and things like that at each school, or not having those positions still filled, getting those instructional aides. And they're mostly at, I think we said, Bayard 4, what we're trying to fill, and Laverne, we took care of yours. And then also because of classroom reduction, we are getting overloads in some of the classes, not by much, but enough to say we need an aid in those classrooms, so that's why.
That is real critical to the report. And so the last meeting we talked about some classes being overloaded.
Correct.
What are those classes and where are we at?
Okay, that's on my presentation.
Okay.
We are at first grade, we're at 25. And so I met with Dr. Spoletta and the county. Right. And we okayed an EA position for that, thank goodness. And then I had 18 in one kinder class without an EA. And we also have an EA coming for that one as well.
And then Ms. Martinez had a class that she has a student teacher that's going to be going into that classroom for now, and so that's why she's not hiring an instructional aide to reduce that class size, because there'll be 2 adults in that classroom. I think that was the only places that we had overloads.
So we did meet today and look at the secondary ones also, middle school and high school, and found that there are some that are overloaded. There are too many students by law, so we're working on getting that straightened out with the counselors. I don't know if we've done that today.
I sent that email out today, and some of the, they kind of need to look at, there's 2 teachers that teach per se English. They need to even out those classrooms to work on them and look at them.
Would that be mixing the grades?
Not if they have, some of them have a combination of 7th, and for example, they might be doing one of them's doing all 8th grade, one's doing all 6th grade, but they're 7th grade, but to kind of even out those numbers on there.
So in the class sizes, but also the teachers themselves can have a limit on their loads. So is that being addressed?
That's what we first
Yes.
looked at today.
At the middle school, I believe it's 27 students per class. At the high school, it's 140.
140 is
in the content, and then it's 160, sorry. And then at the secondary, it's 30 students per class.
I thought it was 140 on that statute I gave you for secondary English.
We looked at it.
It was the English language arts that has the lower
Right. Right. So the English is at 140 though, right? So if it's at 144, it's now, is a waiver being applied for, or how is that
I think
being
it's at
handled?
136 or 137 right now.
136 and 87, because the other classes, she was also teaching some bilingual classes, because there's not enough. A lot of kids.
Staffing for special ed requirements for aides, and how is that going in terms of preparing teachers as well for special ed students in the classroom?
No, that's really sad, so that on hers.
Okay.
She's the one that looks at this caseloads and
So,
class loads.
Okay, yeah, she's going to be presenting hers next. But one thing that always frustrated me prior to this meeting today is that the methodology for determining compliance with student-teacher ratios was an average. And it was completely indifferent to the individual classroom size. It just pertained to the entire school. And that I thought was so.
It's not for, at the kindergarten level, it's 14 students. And then at first grade is 20, I believe. And then at second grade is 22. And then 3 through 5 is an average of 25 between those grade levels.
Yeah, and that bothers me. The average part is it doesn't matter. The state statute is one that is a minimum requirement. We can do better than that if we want to. And that's where I think this board is very concerned with, is not so much the average amount and the compliance with the statute, as it is the functionality in the classroom, and the effectiveness of the classroom. So I really look forward to going forward with the intent on the consequence rather than just the compliance with the statute. That I'm
just saying that's what they've gone by.
I know, and you know, I think we have a methodology of thinking that okay, well, we complied with the state statute, then you know, then let the teachers work it out. That is hopefully not going to be the case going forward. That it should be the individual class, the functionality of the classroom, not just the compliance with the statute.
Okay. So we did review the secondary ones, and the next day or so, those should be in compliance as far as.
And
there is
and
some
they have
compliance.
and they have enough chairs and desks to fit those students, because I know that had been a problem at some point. It's like you have 27 kids and it's meeting the statute, but you don't have anywhere to put those kids. So they'll be sitting on, you know, in different spots.
And
So
that's the thing with the school, they need to look at their caseloads. It's the counselors at the secondary that create those courses, and in looking at those courses, we looked at some that had 30 kids to some classes that had 17 kids. So why are they not really looking at how many kids are putting into classes, and if they can kind of make them more to where one's not like a really full class to compare to one that has way less kids.
So real quick, when they do the scheduling for kids, I mean, not the incoming kids, when do they do that? So is it like right at school and then we're changing kids as we go to fit, or do they do schedules like early on in the year so that they can figure out what teachers are needed and what the classrooms are needed?
So for the secondary, I open up what's called Power Scheduler in December, and they can start creating their courses. I don't create it for them. I just in Power School open it up. I have to do some stuff, and then they can start creating their schedules for their next coming school year. And so then it's the counselors and the principals that get together to create those. I don't do those.
So I'm just wondering, when does that close, or when is that?
They usually do that in January. They start doing that in January, and then they have to have it ready for me to go over the school year by June. And then when I roll it, when I say I have to close that 1 year and roll it over, then it goes on to the life side, and they're still working on those schedules. So by the time July comes, they have schedules ready. So they have a whole semester to look at that, and so does the elementary, because what I do for the elementary is they create their class schedules, but I have to create all their courses and stuff because the principals don't know how to do that. And we're hoping to train them so they can start doing their own scheduling in Power School, because like this year I didn't put their students in because they're constantly changing students.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I mean, just looking at from outside, because I don't do that. So they would do it earlier, so like all the scheduling, everything is May. That report could go to the superintendent. He could say, okay, I see that we have these needs, and then we can hire who we need prior to the school starts. Everybody has what they need, and then the new kids that come in, then you're just filling the rest of them, and it's balanced and it's meeting the needs for the schools. That's just my.
And we do that, right?
Because to me, like
we start playing with those numbers.
July to I mean, that's like tight.
No, but that's just the scheduling piece.
That's what I mean. That's
prior to that, our district is already looking at projections for next year. That's a different piece of it. Yeah. And so what we do is do a projection. We roll it over on paper and say, this is how many kids you have. What is it going to look like? So prior to even, I think it started in February or March, where we start looking at caseloads and how many students and stuff like that is, so we know how many openings we need to have. So that's two different things. What they create in Power School for the following year and what we plan for projections for the following school year.
I was just, because I was with the timelines I was saying, it was just because I know that, yeah.
It's just clarification, two different things.
Can you provide the data that you're providing in writing? That way we can kind of track it, like the staffing ratios and the staffing student teacher ratios in terms of compliant, not compliant, the number of vacancies that exist, and we talked about last meeting that all the substitute positions had been filled, and now they're not been filled.
they didn't go. We had a list of permanent subs, and we gave them the paperwork, and I called them, and they still have not gone and done their fingerprinting or the paperwork to me. So we haven't got all of that.
So the presentation of filled versus, pending is something that's critical, because it clearly was that now, like, it hasn't happened. But the other big concern I have is, how do people substitute, if we come up with this training program for substitute teachers, and yet we've had substitute teachers working without going through that training, and how did that happen?
We didn't catch those, and they just, didn't think they had to come to the training. We did talk to the ones that we saw and told them they needed to come to training. They couldn't be substituting, because they have in the past just substituted. And we sent out a letter prior to setting up the vector training and everything. I sent out a letter in the summertime to see if they're going to return to substituting. And that's been what I was told from previous people in human resources, that this letter goes out and they check, yes, I want to continue substituting. So some of them, checked off that they were going to continue, and then just never attended one of our trainings, and they continued being on there. I did send out a letter to all the staff stating that if they were not on the list, to not call them. And some of them had not completed we needed substitutes, so we had not finished doing all our trainings. And so now we have, and I've gone back and highlighted the ones that have completed the trainings, so they can be substitutes. And like I said, there's going to have to be another substitute training, and phone calls to those people. If they want to remain, they're going to have to attend one.
So the teachers are using a list that contained people that hadn't completed the training?
There's a list that was highlighted of people that were going to attend the training, because we had 3 of them, and we had some during when the school year had already started. And so we had very little substitutes, because on our first training, we only had like 15, but some of them became permanent subs in the classrooms. And so we've had very little, but I cleaned up that list and got it out to them.
And that list no longer contains people that have not attended the training?
I highlight them because they're still needing to attend. The ones it's just the ones that are highlighted are the ones that they call. The other ones is so I can continue calling, so I can let them know to attend another training.
What I'm getting at is, if there's a list that contains somebody that's not eligible to teach,
We'll send that out to
that's the recipe for failure. Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that either. I didn't see one myself. I had gone through the training, but I didn't know there was multiple ones.
Okay. Yeah.
I hope there's not multiple ones.
Yeah. So addressing the concern that, a list contains people that shouldn't be there, I think can probably best avoid that.
That's part of the one that I'm cleaning up right now too. Keeping up with all the subs.
Couple questions. What platforms do you post for job vacancies on?
Oh boy. On our website, and then Facebook, Indeed, read, thank you, and read.
Newspapers or?
And the newspaper.
Our local newspaper? Okay. And have you guys thought of using a substitute system? I know other districts use this, where they go in, choose the sub, and they set it up themselves.
We've talked about that, and it's very costly, and they've always told me there's not a budget for it.
Maybe something more with we could use frontline absence management and loss system.
And then, have we ever thought of doing fingerprinting in-house?
Yes, we've tried. We've tried. It's been very difficult to get hold of. I've left lots of messages, emailed. I know that they told me you have to keep calling. I've called and called and called all summer long to try to do that, to get that done. So right now we are in the process of changing. I just got an email that Jamalto will no longer be, and they're switching it to a new system. So I'm trying to see what we need to do so we get the correct system if we're going to do that.
And then the exit survey, have we thought of moving that to like an online version? So say the employee is leaving and you send the survey, like a Google survey. Has that ever been?
No, we haven't gotten it on as a Google survey, but that'd be easy to do.
Okay. Thank you.
And I still think we're researching the sharing of that information.
So I've asked Ms. Davis to share that with you tomorrow, so you should have that tomorrow.
Okay. You'll get it in an email.
Very good. Very good.
Quick
No,
question. On Power School, is that something the district is paying a service for? Or is that mandated by the state of New Mexico? I see your frustration with using Power Schools.
I've never been to formal training. I've asked to go to training. I've been doing it for quite a few years of helping out with Power School. So my frustration is not knowing all the ins and outs of it. So when I have to call tech, it's a learning curve of learning why it's not working. And I mean, their tech team should know how to fix it. But my frustration is just that one of the things is, and it's not just with, there's other programs, but Power School is one that's used, is one of the most popular ones because it is, they do have a huge support system for it. But it's sometimes you get some techs that are not very good at what they do. And so then they tell me they're going to escalate it until I can get someone that's good at it and fix it. Then, you know, it's wonderful. I don't have a lot of issues with Power School. I've never had, these are two big issues that we've been trying. I've never had problems with attendance until they made some updates. Last year we had problems with it. I've spent, I don't know how many hours with Power School trying to fix it. They fixed it. And now we're back at it again this year with the attendance. The SPED has been since all of last year. And they finally just told me, send me the names. We're going to fix it on our side. But then we're, you know, back to this year where we send them the names, they don't fix it. And I'm still trying to see if they can just figure out a roundabout or tell us, you know what, if you do this and this, because I've asked them, what do we do different? And they're like, oh, we have to do it. And so that's just something on their part that they have to do. And I just have to keep calling them. And I mean, it takes a lot of time.
So
of my
service
time.
that the school district pays for.
We pay for Power School.
See, if we're not getting the IT support, then we need to somehow escalate that to a different level. Because there's no sense in me being on the phone for 3 hours, 4 hours. I mean, numerous administrators, I'm sure, go through the same issue, right? Yeah. So I think it needs to be escalated to a different.
Yeah. And so I do. I try to get different people. Like I said, if it doesn't work, then, you know, if it's not a phone call, I'm doing one of those chat where they get on my computer. If not, I tell them, can I please talk to someone else? It takes a lot of time. But we have to get the system running right so we can get the right reports, so we can get our people to do the right things in our SPED section too. So like I said, those are the two issues. And then right now is just making sure that they fix the other pieces for reporting too that I'm having to go through and match up with STARS and make sure that everything is going to be working for 40th day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. School, is that something you can offer, is training on Power School? Or have someone come down?
They do 2 big trainings a year only for that. And they do one in Orlando, Florida, and one in Las Vegas. Yeah, so I don't know, we can have,
It seems like a real need for the staff to be able to do their job.
Well, yeah, we had to recently escalate the customer service for our iVisions for our finance department also. So I think now we've got everybody's attention to work with us on that. So we do the same thing with Power School.
Keep that going. Thank you.
Wait, there's still a couple more questions. Salary schedules, you mentioned that before. Where are we with that?
You know, we were meeting and then that kind of fizzled out on our meetings, so we need to set up meetings to continue working with those.
And the ones that were presented, are they, we haven't adopted those. So.
Well, what that committee decided is to fix them for next year and start really looking at those salary increases for next year.
We weren't really given an option. We were told we can't do it this year.
No, I know, but who's on that committee to work on it?
Let me
The
answer
finance
that one.
committee.
Yeah, so we haven't said we're not, it's a standing item on the agenda. We should be doing it every meeting. As far as, we've worked with the union as far as updating the salary schedule, so we plan to.
Okay, it certainly falls within the realm of the finance committee. Certainly a budget issue and a board issue in terms of wanting to see a substantive schedule, not what was
Before
presented.
we
to
have a
us.
budget for next year, which we hope to start here soon, we will need the staffing to be correct as far as all of that. salary
And we
schedule,
need the
everything.
salary schedule before we begin the budget. Yeah.
So it's a standing item on the finance committee?
Yes.
Okay, we could probably put a quarterly update to the board. I think that would be good.
It is, it's on there. Yes, so you can start the finance meetings too.
I just haven't been invited.
Thanks.
And one last thing, fellows. How many fellows we have open?
We had quite a few people in our staff that wanted to go into fellows, and then they decided to stay in their position. So now we're gonna have to, I can have that. So with our fellows, right now, we had 10 slots, so we have 7 that are taken, and so we need 3 more fellows to meet the 10 that we had. And we had 4 people. We had 3 people that decided to go a different route, and then one of them is doing her student teaching through, I forgot that program, the residence program. So that's what she's doing instead of the fellows program.
One thing that concerns me is that this is a really good opportunity for almost anybody. And are we just getting in-house applicants, or are we actually?
No, we have, all the ones that we have were none of our employees. They were all outside, the 7 that we have.
Okay. It just seems like how you explained that they were.
There were some that were wanting to go through the fellows program, and then they decided not, so we had them down as for slots for it. And so we ended up filling them with other people, and they decided to pull out of it, because we were gonna end up asking for more slots because of the people that we had wanted to go into those programs.
We need to re-advertise and start recruiting more. We can probably get 5 more beyond the 10 if we want to.
That should be a real big issue, and that should be way out in the forefront where the community it should be asking me, instead of me asking, you know about this? And every time I ask, do you know about this? They say no. And so how many have been rejected? Have there been any rejected?
No, sir. Like I said, these were all the ones that I applied, and I had 1 that took on the student teaching and 3 that decided to do something different. So nobody was rejected out of the ones that applied.
Have there been any coordination with Western and their school event with students who are not yet going into the student teaching?
I think we've had a few that have talked to us about it, and I don't think we need more than that, no.
We should be making concerted efforts.
The union is facing huge difficulties recruiting people to all the way across.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The union is having difficulty recruiting anybody to go into education. It's a very difficult offer right now, with salary schedules, with pay, with requirements, with all of that. So there's not, people really gotta want to get into education right now. And it's a nationwide issue.
Yes, but the fellows program in offering pay for going through this is an extraordinary incentive, where I think that would be
It is
a motivation.
Have a body to want to do it.
Yeah, yes, I understand that,
And
but
we just don't have the bodies willing to enter education right now. And it's a nationwide issue that a small school district like Cobre is going to have 7 fellows. You should be very proud of that accomplishment, because that's a huge accomplishment for a district of our size.
We're gonna re-advertise, we're gonna get some more.
So do fellows need to be, they just need a high school diploma, and then do they have to have any college education, or just a high school diploma? So they'll have to start being enrolled. Has any outreach
If they
been
don't start this semester, but they will have to start next semester.
Has any outreach been done to the seniors who graduated from Cobre last year?
She's contacted
Like
all of
our
There
alumni?
was an email that was sent out, that we did through, our
Parents
parents square, thank you, our parents square.
And are those students who graduated in May still getting Parents Square notifications?
And we sent out a flyer as well. We mailed out a flyer to them.
And we have seniors this year, we could start recruiting. There's a lot of great kiddos in that class.
And anyone that has already graduated. So that's good.
Thank you.
Wait.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'm Melissa Myers, the Director of Special Education. And I have some numbers from you to piggyback off of Ms. Davis. So when I was looking at numbers initially, end of year, our total enrollment or our membership dipped to 997. That was one of our lowest points end of year reporting. So that was May 2022, May and June. We did graduate 8 seniors that have IEPs. So our numbers went from 215 to 207. And that's what we ended up with students with IEPs. And that's what we projected to begin the year in August. Got a little nervous. We had 18 students with IEPs withdraw, right, kind of in that first week before school started. But we since have gained 14. So either they've transferred back in, or we've had some new students. So currently today we have 203 students with IEPs in our district. Today's total membership was 1,020. That leaves our IEP percentage still high. We're pushing 19.9% as a district as a whole. That is pretty much about 2 percentage points over the state average. We should be sitting at about 16.5 to 17%, students with IEPs. So we're still a little bit high in our district, but nonetheless, we have some pretty significant needs in our district. We do have 12.25 teachers that service those students. We have 14 EAs. We have 1 SPED teacher residency. We have 1 half-time deaf and hard of hearing teacher on a contract. We had attempted to locate a full-time in-person DHH teacher and could not do that. So we awarded a contract. It's the same person as last year at the half-time contract. She lives in Los Alamos. So we share her with Silver. And we are trying to finalize, in the middle of finalizing, one of the fellows who happens to be fluent in ASL to be an EA for this student. So that's one of the positions that will be coming over to us. So we'll have someone with our student at all times, and then working with the contract deaf and hard of hearing. I have the nurses under my department. We have 3 full-time nurses. We have re-advertised for a nurse or a health aide. We've had several students that have come into our districts with higher medical needs than we're used to, so we need to look at coverage at all our school sites for diabetes care, epilepsy, different other medical needs, so CP, ADHD meds, and different things that need our nurses' attention. So we're looking for a full-time nurse and hopefully a health aide as well.
You said 3 positions?
I have 3 full-time nurses that are currently employed in our district. We are advertising for 1 full-time nurse and 1 health aide. And, yes, I see Miss Davis's, I guess I see her frustration with Power School because I work, right alongside with her for STARS reporting and things. And it has been, one of the platforms that has been available in our state, one of two. So the majority of our state uses Power School. We have been told that our state has the oldest version of Power School, and so I don't know why they haven't fixed it. But apparently it's not just our district. There's some eligibility forms that don't finalize, some forms within the IEPs that come up with weird error messages. And again, just kind of the nightly dumping of our new employees is very, very frustrating. We have to go in and re-enter them every morning, so they'll have access every day. So it is pretty frustrating. It uses a lot of time and energy. It's something we have to stay on top of. I think that's about it. Oh yes, my committee. So we are, I've been working with Dr. Spalletta. I'm manning the Equity Council. And so Equity Council is like a big school advisory board. What it is, it's a required committee. There is some names that I've obtained from the principals. I think the max is 15 members are required. They are to serve a staggered term, so either 3 or 4 years. So I'm in the process of calling those contacts to see if they are interested, and hopefully we can start meeting and talking, just planning. And then their role is to have talks with you guys and leverage those conversations about curriculum, equity, discrimination, all the topics that our students have to face. The members should represent our community and district as a whole. So they should be kind of that mirror image of our community. So all our subgroups have to be represented in that committee. Community members, parents, staff members, possibly a board member. If one of you want to do that, I'll reach out. So more information will be coming.
Do you have a timeline of when that's gonna, I know because it has to be in compliance with Yazzie Martinez.
Yes, and so we need to get started now. I think you were working on getting the readiness assessment access to that. That's what we left pending. But yes, we're starting.
So like September, October?
September, and get it up and running by October.
I have a question about your IEP percentages.
Yes.
Do you have percentage breakdowns per school?
I'd have to pull the enrollment. Right now, our biggest population is at the middle school. We have 69 students at the middle school. And that's where our largest role is. Dr. Spalletta and I actually have to meet with Mr. Avalos tomorrow to talk about some out of the box things we can do to support some of our higher needs kids with behavior, social emotional learning, and things like that. And
does the middle school have the proper support they need to fulfill these IEPs?
Right now we have 3.75 teachers there and 5 EAs.
3.75 for 69.
So how many EAs?
Correct. So the average caseload's about, 18 case management. Some are speech only, articulation, some don't have a lot of needs, but, so yes.
And is that typical to have 18 caseloads as your caseload?
That's actually pretty average. It just depends on their level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, what level of service they have. Level 1 students, our case manager can have up to 35 with that, so it varies.
Is testing still done out of this area? There was testing getting done in like Las Cruces.
It depends. It depends. We send students whatever's needed. We were using the Tucson Autism Alliance because UNM had I want to say maybe even up to 3-year waiting list. So we could get students in for a specialty eval in Tucson within 2 months. So it just depends. We have contacted NMSU. They have a diagnostic center there. So we plan to kind of explore them and see what their timelines are and how we can use them.
And what's the typical timeline for testing, usually? I know you just said there's a 3-year.
Oh, testing for specialty testing, it just depends. But for referrals, depending on how they've gone through MLSS, academic impact, where they are in the system, when they come to us, once permission to test is signed, they have 60 days for a full evaluation.
And what if it's not met within the 60 days?
There's indicators, performance indicators for that. When the district gets sanctioned, and we have not been sanctioned. All our indicators are met. So it depends on all those supports, and it's on an individual basis, depending on how many rounds of interventions they've had. Can you rule out lack of opportunity to learn? Is it students first experienced in school settings? There's a lot of different factors. Some kids come with doctor referrals, and you have to weigh out. We use the New Mexico Technical Evaluation Assistance Manual and then team to determine what other evaluations would have to be completed to meet eligibility criteria. So every case is very different. It's not a one size fits all.
Okay, thank
you. I've heard some people bring concerns to me that they're told, and this is related to children with autism, that they're told that there's a 3-year waiting list and there isn't an alternative given to them.
That's not true. Because we frequently use autism, the Tucson Autism Alliance, for that reason.
Okay, and I'll contact the person, and there's a few actually, and they say that the Albuquerque one is the one that's always been the only one that's been recommended, and the 3-year waiting list is, they find that to be pretty problematic. But there's a 60-day turnaround for the assessment to be made?
So, yes, by law, once permission to test is obtained, once the whole team has looked at everything, the referral packet has been made, permission to test has been made or obtained from the parent, and all the evaluations are, we're going to do this, we have 60 days to complete a full evaluation.
And that would be true for also dyslexia?
If that's what they're referring to, for SLD, for everything. For SLD, speech language impairment, anything like that. When you have met with the parents and obtained that permission to test, not the SAT process, not the MLSS process, it's when it comes to the special ed office.
Okay.
If you have a specialty eval and we're like ruling out autism, Tourette's, things that we have to go out for, if there's another eligibility that we can, that can be determined, OHI, other health impaired, or, a speech and language impairment. If there's clear eligibility for that, but still cross referrals have to be made. So there's several rules for even waiting on those specialty evals as well.
Going back to the 69 in the middle school, this wasn't anticipated?
Yes, it was.
So in anticipation of 69 students in middle school with IEPs, we have 3.75 teachers.
Yes. And
5 aides.
5 EAs. Yes. Typically, EAs aren't assigned to a case manager unless they have an overload. Right now, they don't have technically an overload, and we understand, quality of education. So when you look at that, yes, there's a lot of resources at the middle school.
And
that's my concern. From what I'm hearing from teachers, they're telling me they don't have the support or the services. They don't have the support they need. And they're feeling very overwhelmed by the amount of students that have IEPs.
Can I answer that? Can I talk about that a little bit? Kind of get a list up here.
one thing about, when you have teachers on paper, middle school is an inclusionary school, which means that we push in a lot of our special ed students into the regular ed classes. Obviously, you hope that you have enough staffing to send in there. So our regular special ed teachers are scheduled to go in there and support those teachers in some of those classes. Our aides are scheduled to go in there and support some of those classes. But sometimes we also need special ed teachers to be able to host their own classes, like teach an English class or teach a math class, because the kids would benefit more specifically on a smaller scale class size, and or just has more individual attention with the teacher. It's gotten to the point now, just when we were talking about overloads earlier, is that with our teachers, is that it's become so strict. I have 6th grade, 7th and 8th. I have 6th grade teachers that cannot even teach 7th and 8th grade students. I have special ed teachers that cannot even teach an ELA class. They don't have any specific, they can't teach English, math, science, or history because they don't have those as part of their licensure. So it really creates on paper it looks great, okay? But when you start breaking down and you start looking at the specific licensure that we have at the secondary level, the elementary, they can get away with this a little bit more than the secondary can. Because if I have a special ed teacher teaching history, to look at history endorsements, or they gotta have an ELA endorsement. So basically they become really, and I hate to say this because I know our teachers work hard, but they go into regular ed classes in support of the teacher that's there and not the teacher of record in there. And that's just the nature of secondary education. You gotta have the licensures, and that's something I hope we can work on that better. I know our teachers at Snow Middle School are wanting to go get additional endorsements. They realize that. We love to have more self-contained classes where we can teach an English or a math or a history or a science with a group of special ed students, 10, 15 kids in there with a specific special ed teacher. It's become so complicated in the sense that you got to have that licensure. I'm a special ed teacher. About 12 years ago, the state said, you've been teaching special ed so long, we're going to grandfather you into all 4 subject matters. So I'm a highly qualified special ed teacher. That went away. I was able to teach a math class to 10 kids or English to 10 kids because I had those credentials. The teachers nowadays, the special ed teachers are now having to face the fact that if they want to be more subject matter specific, they have to get certified in that area on top of their special ed credentials that they've earned. That's made it very, very difficult, for us as far as filling some of those positions.
And if a SPED teacher wants to get highly qualified in an area, do we offer financial support for those teachers, either to take the test or take the courses? Because in the end, it would benefit the district if we had SPED teachers who were highly qualified in multiple areas.
We do support staff and with some of our grants, I think, but I'm not sure exactly.
As long as it follows the requirements under Title II, we are able to support that. The other thing we can do is if the teachers are willing to go for it, like say you need this special ed teacher with a language arts license, we can apply for a waiver, which gives them the license, gives them the time to get that endorsement out. And for the special ed teachers, they don't have to take more coursework. It's pretty much all.
Disability is unique in its own right. Their own behaviors, experiences, everything that they come with is unique. So.
And how do those staff at SNEL, are they CPI certified, or is that going to be offered to them?
I would say at least half, with more probably needed. We have that.
Yes.
And we did have that scheduled during the first week of training, but the trainer came down with COVID and we had to cancel. And we were going to schedule all our social workers, all our counselors, our EAs certified or trained in certified in CPI.
Thank you.
Mr. President, we're on to my report.
Yes,
All right.
yes. I was just gonna figure out our percentage of people and, let's see, so. So,
I'm not sure how we got to share here, but I'm looking for next time. We can do it a little quicker. We don't have to share. Mr. Lewis, our union president.
All right. First thing I want to say is very happy with the administration for working with us on getting the ELTP contracts and K5 Plus contracts ironed out. We're very pleased with the contracts and happy with the expediency that it was addressed. The second thing is we're close to meeting to discuss this collective bargaining agreement between the teachers union and the Cobre School Board. We were shooting for this Wednesday as our first meeting. I personally had to push it back a week because I had a dentist appointment that I had forgotten about. The third thing is, the staff town hall meetings. The union is working with Dr. Spoletta on getting the staff to have an opportunity to speak with Dr. Spoletta, addressing concerns, successes, things they feel can be done to improve the district so the teachers can have a more direct voice with the central office. And last, in all the discussions about Power School, from a teacher's perspective, one of the major problems I have with Power School is the fact that if I put a kid as absent at the beginning of class, I have to go find an administrator in order to change that to a tardy if the kid shows up later on in the day, because as soon as I enter attendance, that's it. And it has to go to, and so then you're wasting human resource hours on somebody else having to go in and do things that the teacher should be able to do with the click of a button.
Yeah, that must be a setting on your end, because I know I can do it in my classroom.
It's a setting like in Power School setting, you can change it within the day, but after the day's gone, the next day you cannot go back and change.
And I found it unable to change during days too, where I've had to get the school attendance person to go do it for me because it was inaccurate within like 15 minutes of changing it from absent to target.
Yeah, that must be a setting that can be changed, because I can change mine all the way up until 4 p.m.
Well, if you hand me a red grade book and a brown plan book, I'll be fine. Okay. But I can't find any of the settings.
Or maybe it's not yours. I don't do any settings on my end. It has to be like the school or district for that.
Right. So that's just something I wanted to share with you since Power School has come up as a discussion this evening. And now there's I can feel lots of principals ready to present stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and cut it short unless you have any questions for me.
No, but you have a question for Dr. Spoletta. We have learned that the board does have a role in terms of setting strategies for negotiations, and should we be setting a meeting for that?
Yes, before the agreement is finalized.
No, before the negotiations start.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, we should find out about that.
And the non-certified staff is still working on picking a president so they can start working on the CBA for the non-certified staff. The person who was heading that caught COVID, and so she was out for a week.
I thought Alma would be heading that.
Well, she's going to be
Except for
involved.
she's not, yeah.
You know, she's going to be
I can schedule that before the negotiations begin. I do remember talking to the attorney about that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone has my entry plan updated and revised. It's a little bit different than the original one because I had to make some changes with it, different circumstances. But this is my 120-day entry plan. Those of you that are new, I've handed this out a few times. So all the administrators have this, and the community members have this. And It has my vision. It has the different phases of the entry plan. It has goals of the entry plan and expected outcomes. So I've completed phase 1, 45 days, and I've put in there the things that I've done for the first 45 days. And it hits all of the stakeholders, students, families, community members, parents, staff members. So moving on to phase 2, the next 50 days, well, starting on August 5th, the next 50 days, some of those things that I'm going to be doing are town hall meetings with staff members to get their input, visiting schools with school board members, which I know I've talked to a couple of you about that already. Really letting people know what I did and found out during my initial phase of the entry plan, kind of updating everyone on what I learned over the first phase. And then listening and learning community meetings also, which all of you signed up to attend those as well. So some of those things I'm going to be doing during the second phase. I'm also going to be teaching some lessons in some classrooms and also meeting with student groups, having student forums, brown bag lunches and student forums with all of our campuses to chat with the students. So all this is going to lead to November 10th is the end of the last phase of this. And then we'll start our strategic planning right after that. We have a schedule already for the strategic planning.
This is to lead us in doing an evaluation for Dr. Spoleta, for which we're already late, correct? We're supposed to have done it within the first 2 months, not counting June.
Yes, it's on the agenda.
Okay.
So this is for me to gather information. To be an effective leader, I have to be able to really analyze all the data, know everybody in the community, know who our business leaders are, know who our parents are, and who our students are. So that's the purpose of this. Anybody have any questions about that? No? Okay. He mentioned the Listen and Learn tour. Really, that's a chance to have a voice of the community members, families, just people that live in the community, stakeholders in the district. The operations director position's been filled. Sean Lehman has been hired as the operations director. He'll start next Monday. So all of our directors that have been taking on his role will be gradually releasing that to him. We're not going to overwhelm him. They've done a great job of taking on his all those responsibilities. So gradually he'll learn all of those responsibilities.
Dr. Spoleta, is that a associate superintendent position or just operations?
It's just a director position. Mm-hmm. So there's a list of 12 fundraisers. I think they're all high school fundraisers. High school is really excited about fundraisers this month. So there's 12 yellow sheets. I'm not going to go through them all like I normally do, but I think you guys had a copy of them. Make sure you get your T-shirt for the Silver Cobre game coming up September 2nd too. I know the athletic director is going to mention that to you.
Are they specific T-shirts?
They say they have a Cobre helmet, silver helmet.
Oh, I want one.
Cute. So I have a quick question. So do you supposed to have PTO or PTOS that can help fundraise for your groups?
So we've had talks about having booster clubs, so to speak. But what happens is typically booster clubs would go for all athletics. But in our cases, a lot of times what happens is they want to be very sport specific. And so they would only have, I'm only going to do it when it's like you're playing this sport at this time. So we've had that in the past. We do have parent groups that we put together. They come in and they help us with different events. Again, it's hard to, the only thing we really have parents is when we have like exciting events like our bonfires or our great races or things like that. Really hard, especially at the high school level, to get them in for academic purposes. So a lot of times parents can come in, but they want to help for the activities, homecoming events, and those types of things. So we do have like parent help. We haven't started this year, so it will be, I forgot to mention that at the fall sports meeting, but I will be sending out some more information to get some more help for our upcoming events.
Do you have any people coming in this call that parents function? Yes, we do. But like something like official, like, groups that come in and help do that. So the high school doesn't be on one? Well, I was just wondering, like, Snell, do you have a PTO? Well, no, because I think it's really great, and I know, like, there's even some parent-teacher PTOs, right, or PTOSs that actually got nonprofits. And so when they become a nonprofit, which is easy to do in the state of New Mexico, then they can get grants to help schools with certain events, and then it's totally separate from the school district. And so that really helps. Well, I'm not, because I think it's really powerful, and then you just elect, like every year you have an election and a board, and teachers and your principals are really involved in what's happening in the school and how to really affect change within the school. Just an idea, throwing that out there. Okay.
So the staff town hall meetings, I think we've kind of talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's on the list. So we do have the central elementary principal position open. There's 7 candidates right now. There's 3 or 4 outside of the district and I think 3 from the district. So our final interview will be September 7th. So our district staff, we've been talking about how that will look exactly, but the final interview will be on the 7th. We're going to invite all of our stakeholders to be part of that day as far as the interview process. Facilities master plan. The plan is to have that 5-year plan in about 2 weeks. They said the end of this month or the first week of September, we should have the draft of that.
And so that'll be provided as part of the board packet, or is that just going to be?
I think they're going to present that to you guys actually at the board meeting around that time.
If it's possible to get it so it can be included in the board packet, that would be helpful. That way we can formulate questions. Getting the data, just right here in front of us, doesn't give us it doesn't give us a time to absorb it and to formulate.
As soon as I know, I'll give that to everybody.
Thank you.
I did reach out to him today, and I wasn't able to get a hold of him. So the elementary gym project is on track. I spoke with the principal architect, Rob Price, today about it. So they're in the design development phase with the engineers, electrical and architectural plans and everything. He's going to meet with me on August 30th to review everything at that point.
So Dr. Spalletta, you're currently the project manager for that project?
Yes, until the operations director takes his position next week. Ms. Barella's done a great job of getting it going at this point. But I think everything is on track. And so the more information we get, we'll present that to you also. So the next phase is the construction development phase, and then bids after that.
The size had changed significantly. Do we have like a print of what the size is going to be?
It's a half gym compared to the normal full gym, which is all the elementary school really needs.
Is there a drawing of it?
I don't have one.
The initial drawing that I gave you all a while back at the beginning, right now, that's part of what they're doing the detailed drawings. It was just the initial.
That was but it was of the larger gym, not the smaller one?
That was the smaller one that had, it was the smaller one, and over on the side, it was like penciled in, that in time we wanted to extend it. It showed what that would look like as well. But that was just, like I said, the initial drawings. Right now they're doing the detailed ones.
Can you send them to me just so I can look at them?
So as soon as when I meet with him on the 30th, I'll give you an update of everything. And so for the audit entrance, we did talk to the new auditor. The finance department, myself, met with them virtually with their team.
Okay, and there's a meeting for the end of this month?
I think we've got it scheduled. I didn't bring that date with me. I think we already scheduled it at our last board meeting.
August 30th?
August 31st, I think.
August 31st.
It's a Wednesday.
Let me just make sure.
31st, from 5 to 7.
31st, 5 to 7, okay.
That's what the audit.
So they did talk about if they were going to do things virtually or in person, and I know that the board had mentioned they'd like to have the auditor come here, so we mentioned that, and they said they would be able to do that.
They're out of Las Cruces?
Albuquerque.
Okay.
So with collective bargaining, I'll let Ms. Varela kind of update you on that a little bit. If there is anything to update.
And actually, I think Mr. Lewis did that, so we were scheduled to meet on Wednesday, and that got pushed back to next Wednesday for the collective bargaining. Again, we've exchanged proposals, they reviewed ours, we reviewed theirs, now we gotta come together and start the negotiations.
So I know the board would like to do that. I think that's an executive session item too, isn't it?
Yes.
So before we negotiate, we'll present that to the board.
Okay, and it should be a strategy session. To be effective, it needs to be a strategy session, not just an informative session. Okay.
So before we negotiate,
You guys get your ducks in a row, I'm ready.
I don't think it's that serious, but. All right.
Is that a picket sign back there?
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Spletta, and of course, our school representative, welcome. Good to have you. You're a trooper. It's been 3.5 hours.
Homework there?
We're keeping you from your work. So to start off with, I'm just going to pass out schedules that includes middle school and high school. These are just fall schedules for now. You will notice that the cross country doesn't have times. At the time we printed these out, they didn't quite have the times in there yet, but we're getting them from mile splits, and we're getting those times in as those events are coming by. First thing I want to talk about is participation. So we're talking about participation currently for winter sports at Cobre High School and at Snell. So participation at Cobre High School at this moment is 131 students participating in athletics and band. I didn't include any of the other like key club or anything because it's a mixture of the same students. So we share a lot. So 131 students, that is a lot for our population, which we heard was 279 tonight. So we're 40%. That's huge. That's really good. At Snell, our participation is we have 24 volleyball players at a time and 26 football players, and then we have a couple cross country 8th graders coming up. We're still working on filling in that cheerleading position down there. To the breakdown at the high school, we have 19 cheerleaders, 45 football players at the time, and 14 cross country players, and then we have, I think I did write down the band. But all in all, we have quite a bit of participating students, which is great for us, and that's huge. A couple things that are happening right now. We are working on music licenses. We have a PO in at the moment. We have to move into music licensing, so we're going to go with a company called Neptune through Music World, and they will be handling our licensing issues. They come with a lot of other things, but the main issue was making sure that we have licenses and music coverage. They have a huge library of 34,000 songs, The best part of this is that they are curated to make sure that they are clean, they are vetted, so it's only clean songs, I don't have to worry about it anymore. So I'll be working with Victor to get that going, and we have a license for the high school, we'll have a license for the middle school as well. We've gone into digital ticketing, so we've started that process. We're gonna get Snell into that a little bit. The technical support side of that is not very good. They're not very good with the technical support. So, but we did sell $193 worth of digital tickets at our first game. So we are moving in that direction. The goal is to eventually move from paper tickets and money transfers to completely digital. My vision and my goal is to eventually move from having any money transfer, any money exchanges at any events, even including concession stand. So that we don't have to, one of the things that I think is a little bit dangerous is when you have to collect the money boxes at the end of the night and you have to walk them over and lock them up. And sometimes it's not just me, it's other people that that might have to take on that responsibility, that role. And sometimes you're putting these boxes in at 11 o'clock at night, or you're collecting really late. So it diminishes the risk factor in that one. The other thing is, I hate to say this word, but the embezzlement issue that kind of completely diminishes that. So we don't worry about that. And also we're able to get multiple types of workers. We can, because when you go digital, all they have to do is tap a button, right? And it's not somebody that we have to concern ourselves that is going to be handling money. So a few pros with that situation. Let's see, where are we? A few things that are coming up. We are hosting Robertson this Saturday. They are the defending state champions. We will play them at 1:30 this weekend. Also, our cross-country team is going to Centennial this Saturday. We don't have any volleyball. Our Snell Middle School football opens up to Wednesday at 4:30 against Hatch here. I think that's it for this week. We also, Cobre Silver is in 2 weeks, and that's a big thing for us as well. So we have scheduled the entire weekend, and I just didn't bring the schedule. I think we put it up on the.
You were taking my thunder.
I know, but you taking some of mine too. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. So we have Cobre Silver. We will be having the bonfire on that Thursday night, and we are selling some Cobre Silver T-shirts. I sent it digitally to Dr. Coletta on the website. So if anybody wants to purchase, not just Cobre, because it's pretty neutral. It's a pretty neutral shirt. So if anybody from Silver's watching, go onto the website and call Margaret at the high school, and she will place an order for you. We have to have these in by Saturday. We complete orders in order to have them by bonfire on Thursday, where we can pass them out so that they can have them for the game the next day. Let's see. We are planning a pep rally that Thursday morning as well at the school. So we will have a pep rally on Thursday, which I think is the 1st of September, by the way. And then, of course, we have homecoming week, and that's a little further down the line, and that's October 7th. We are still planning on having the great race cars Western provided last year. We are, still having the power pop. We are still having the painting of the sea, and we are still having the parade, which is further down the line. And that's all I have for you guys today. Thank you so much. Home games. For football, yeah, because it's usually about 10 games. So we try to do, we have a 2-year schedule with them. So 1 year we go to them, and the next year they come to us. And we try to do 50% or more.
For the community members and staff that cannot attend the games, myself and Ron Seller calling the games on SilverCityDailyPress.com. So if anybody wants to
We love that.
Listen to
and
that,
then we do have them live stream, and we will still stream on NFHS, and then we do have our live YouTube stream as well.
Cobre Media. Cobre Schools Media.
Our nutrition services supervisor is next. No?
Yes. I gotta go home.
Same.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Spoleta. What do you want to hear? What's broken? How much staff I have?
Where do you want to take it? Staffing is there certainly an issue.
I've got
And staffing equipment, then where do you want to go?
I've got 6 permanent staff members. I've got 2 at the high school, 1 at the middle school, and 2 at Central Elementary, and 1 at Samuel. And I've got 5 subs. Meals served in the first 3 weeks, 19,920. That's both breakfast and lunch. We did real good the first week, kind of good the second week, but the third week, like a lot of absences, and that took us down a little. We've had complications with the freezer at the high school. We have no freezer at the moment. Again. And this weekend, the walk-in fridge started leaking.
And that's
at the high school.
We're using.
No. We transferred everything to the middle school.
Okay.
So they just have to run back and forth. No, we're not. It just leaks every time it rains or snows. It leaks, and it just throws our condensers out and everything else, and they freeze. The condensers, the fans, and it gets hot. Yeah. And yesterday the seams started leaking at the high school. And this morning that we got there, we had a leak in the pantry. So we're full of leaks.
The pantry is where?
At the high school. The high school did get a new set of ovens. They were delivered and installed. We're still waiting on the brazier for that same kitchen. And ice makers are just taking a toll everywhere. So we're looking at getting quotes for those. We have a manager at Snell Middle School that's taking the role of 2 positions right now. She's a manager and she's a cook. And we need managers at Central Elementary, Bayard Elementary, and Hurley Elementary.
When you say you need a manager, is that an additional position, or is that just a matter of reclassifying an existing?
No, they're just positions that have not been filled.
You need one where?
At Central Elementary, Bayard Elementary, and Hurley Elementary.
So the employee at Snell that's doing 2 positions right now, are they being compensated fairly?
No. She's already brought it to their attention, and she's wanted to talk to Frank, but Frank's been out, so.
If they're doing 2 jobs, you should be
paid appropriately.
Most definitely.
No, that's down from 3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You were doing 3 jobs.
And that's all I have. Questions?
Yeah, we had talked about this before. Before the pandemic, you had more staff than what you have now.
Yes.
What was the level of staffing that you had before the pandemic?
In total, we must have had 15 to 18.
And now you have,
Just went down and
now you have 11,
I have 6
6 and 5
permanent,
subs.
I have 6 permanent staff and 5.
I'm just at a loss to think of how you got through doing all the stuff that we needed to do
Yes.
for homes as well as the schools.
Yes, we did. And we're on time every day, twice a day, breakfast and lunch.
Is there any equipment that you would benefit having that we don't have right now?
Razors.
The one, you mentioned one at the high school.
And they've tried, that PO has been in place for.
It was early in the spring, but when we ordered it, weren't we given the window of September, right?
No, July, the same as the oven. But no, it didn't come through, just the oven at the high school, yeah. We said they knew it wasn't right.
So this isn't a matter of the paperwork not being done, it's a matter of the provider not. And so you got any estimate yet on that? Or whoever's
They
doing
just
it?
haven't told us when.
And how many are still lacking? You're gonna have one
The razors
fixed.
there at the high school.
Okay, but that's to fix it or to replace it?
No, we're gonna get a brand new one. Dr. Soletta has asked me to get a quote for the freezer at the high school.
The other day that we had, staff that came in that not only mentioned the issue of the pay and fee and the schedule, the salary schedule, there was also mention of, the level of work being done, the weight of objects having to be moved by staff. That's still an issue.
Wow. Yeah, there's nothing there. We have to be able to lift 50 pounds or more. Okay, and
Or less, I hope.
no, or more. Because just try lifting a crate of milk. That's a whole lot. Yeah, a case of number 10 cans is like 40, 45 pounds.
There should be something in HR that would limit that, 50 or more, it sounds wrong.
There's not. I mean, things are heavy. Things are heavy. Try a case of frozen meat.
And are there any safety tools or anything you could use to make your job a little bit easier?
There's 2 persons lifting. And men, we've got like 3 men that.
About 2-wheelers or 6-wheelers.
Well, I've got cards. We've got cards, you know. Yeah, we've got cards. But everything in there is heavy.
It's pretty normal.
Yeah.
A lot of it's transported, so it's like,
Yeah. Yeah, we transport from Snell to Bayard and from Cobre to Purdy every day, twice a day.
thank you very much for what you do. And all your staff. This
Good staff.
the salaries schedule is something we're gonna take a good look at.
Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Martinez, thanks for waiting. Here to give a report.
Oh, am I the first one?
Hey.
No pressure.
I know. Hello, I'm the board president. My first grade student, Lisa. And Haida was also my first grade student. I love us growing our own. So what's happening at Hurley? I know we were asked to talk about kind of like the first weeks of school and how everything's going. And I just kind of want to go a little bit earlier than that. We had some teachers that really were wanting to get on the ball with things. So I had my
last year teachers wanting to come in earlier in the summer to just start planning some things. We knew that we were going to have a little bit of challenges with our curriculum and our writings and things that we wanted to do. So they wanted to jump on that and start the planning phase. And I really appreciated that because they are ready to be all in for the students. And it also was something that was not structured, but us just coming together and just start building our relationships again and reconnecting. In doing that, we were also able to help out Dr. Spalletta. He had asked me to help him out with our little convocation video. Had given us some ideas, but you know, our Hurley teachers, we always want to do something a little bit different. So we found that kid video, superintendent video, and you know, we used one of our Hurley students and highlighted and showcased his amazing talents and abilities, and it was just a great day. And we're so incredibly thankful for Mr. Hampton, Trey Burnett, for helping us put that together. You know, it was shown at convocation, but it was also shown at our school for our student assembly, our back to school assembly. And wow, it was just such an encouraging thing for all of our students. And so that was something that was really great. And it was something of the staff coming together to come up with those ideas. And so our first and foremost focus every school year, and for me as a teacher since when I started, was building relationships. And so we're always working on our school culture and the safety of our school. And so we really, really focus on our conscious discipline, our positive interactions, our restorative practices, our safety measures that we put into place. We are required to be doing our safety drills once a week. And so today we conducted our evacuation drill, and we made it in 5 minutes and 45 seconds, the whole school to the fire department in an orderly fashion and in their lines, and everything went really well with that. We'll have our last fire drill of the month for our weekly drills, and that's where we invite our fire department to come in and monitor and give us feedback on everything. So we've done really, really well with all of our drills that we've conducted on a weekly basis. So we want to make sure our school's safe, our school culture is up and running, and doing a really good job with that. We've also had our food pantries on our Tuesdays once a month. And so that's always great to have for the community and interact with them as well. Something else that we were able to do, our Meet the Teacher Title I meet that we had right before school started. It really didn't go off, you know, as good as we wanted it to. I think it was kind of that way throughout the district. We didn't have as the best attendance that we have had in previous years. The feedback that we got from parents were that everybody was doing the same day, the same time, and it was pretty early. And it was also before school started. But I did have several teachers that went ahead and conducted another parent night so that we can just, you know, they just missed not having what we used to have. So I was really excited that my teachers took it upon themselves to reach out and say, can I do this again, please? And I said, you do not have to ask me. You know, you set up whatever you need to. And some work together to do one at one time and one at another time. But we really appreciated our teachers doing that. We've had really great parent support with everything from, you know, if they couldn't make it to parent night, then just responding to our calls and our texts. We'll begin our monthly Terrific Kid Awards. At Hurley, we do them once a month, and we go from class to class. And then I also schedule a breakfast where, you know, the parents come in and get to see the kids get their awards by their teacher and hear the teacher talk about them. And then the students get to walk them to the cafeteria, and they get to sit there and eat breakfast with their parents and celebrate their accomplishments. So we'll be starting that next week. Some other really good focuses that are going on at Hurley is like I say, for our teachers is always super important, and I know we have teachers here that the first few weeks are really working on procedures, guidelines, expectations, and that's something that we do not stop short doing. It's something we really, really try to do. And like I say, we're really focusing on our restorative practices. And we do know at our school that we tend to have a breakdown with our students as far as behavior in transitions and maybe going to enrichment classes. And so we're really trying to, work with teachers and enrichment teachers and working together, collaborating, come up with ideas on how to make those transitions a little bit easier and smoother. And I think we've done really good. I got really good feedback from teachers. But, we still have our hiccups of having to model again, keep practicing and practicing. But the expectations, are there. And we have great classroom management with our classroom teachers. They do a really good job. And so they feel at this point, in the school year, they've been able to start their small group teachings because their classroom procedures and their expectations have been on point, and they're able to do centers independently so that they can pull small groups. So the fact that small group teaching is already happening and screeners are being given to students during their teacher time at their teacher table has been a really, really good benefit for our students. Our PE teacher has our garden going, and so kids are doing their gardening and they're harvesting, and so they're learning lessons on that as well. We're, like they've already commented before, we're doing our beginning of the year testing, and it is a lot of testing. Our kids are doing iStation, we're doing DRAs, we're doing iReady math. One of the really good points that I want to really highlight, and we're talking about curriculum, and I know Ms. Begay was able to utilize this last year, was our Hagerty curriculum for our pre-K, kinder, first grade, second grade. It's just been an amazing curriculum. It's 15 minutes every single day. So just a little bit of data of our first graders that were our first graders that entered first grade last year at the beginning of the year. They all had the dyslexia screener, and only 12% passed. By the end of the year, there was 94% that did pass that screener, and we implemented Hagerty as well. But so, at the beginning of last year, it was 12%. At the beginning of this year, the first graders, there was 64% that passed the dyslexia screener. It's just, I can't say enough about the Hagerty program and the phonemic awareness and those skills, those extremely beginning foundational skills. And I think that's about it. One other thing I just want to highlight, because my teachers, my staff, they are rock stars at early elementary, and I had to be out last week for 4 days because I was sick, not with COVID, but sick. I tried to go back to school, I couldn't. But I've always tried to preach to my school and to my teachers and get them to where at a level where I always say you should be able to pick the principal out of the school and you guys run like a well-oiled machine. And they did. And they did amazing. And I know there's people that came in and checked on them, but they are self-sufficient. They are professionals. They do amazing jobs with their procedures and expectations for the whole school. So I just want to say a shout out to my awesome teachers and staff at Early Elementary for being the team that they are and being the school that we are. So that's it. Do you have any questions about anything?
The grounds, the conditions of the playgrounds?
So much better, so much better. I appreciate Dr. Spoletta getting the rotations with the grounds, because they're just being tended to, more frequently. And so it just looks so much better. And our custodians have done an amazing job also with our school. It's nice and clean and presentable. And yeah, the outside grounds have just been a great change.
That's good. It's desperately needed there. While everybody else was getting upgrades, you guys were down on the low end of that.
And also, Dr. Spoleto was able to get us the equipment that we needed to maintain whatever we needed at our school. So, from just basic things, rakes, hose, weed eaters, things like that. It's just nice to have. Yeah.
Those at the schools.
We're so thankful. We're very thankful.
And you mentioned transition challenges.
So, so students typically, and I'm sure other principals can attest to this, when students, and Ms. Begay can speak to this, our kids are amazing. Like I say, their youth, our teachers are very structured. They have really good management. But when they go to, say, bilingual, PE, music, art, they're going to a classroom that isn't the same structure that their teacher has. And those teachers don't get to build the relationships that a classroom teacher has. Like Mr. Lewis, for instance, he sees how many students?
135.
Right, so it takes a lot longer for them to build relationships and get into procedures, expectations. They're not sitting in their desk. They don't have their own personal space. It's a whole different format. It happens, and so looking back at my data for discipline referrals when I was a teacher to now that I'm a principal, the majority of your discipline referrals are going to be transition, recess, lunch, enrichments. And so we're just trying to get stronger at that. I always want to focus on where's our biggest weakness and how are we going to attack it and what are we going to do and how are we going to model and are we using our conscious discipline the way that we need to and finding those positive kids. So that's something that we're always going to be working on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was too easy. Do we sure want to let it go?
Okay, Daniel.
Oh, cool.
Sounds good. I have to, good evening, almost good morning. Bedtime, which is 9, FYI. To board president, student representative, members of the board, Dr. Spoleto. So I had to create a PowerPoint only because I need something to guide my my presentation. And by the way, we found this out on Friday night. So, yeah. Look at how well we came together. He's a good team, doesn't he?
Crisis management.
We can start from the view. So we, of course, home of the Braves. I've been a principal. My name is Suzanne Chavita. As I introduced myself, I don't know if I did it. I think I might have forgotten. Suzanne Chavita. I've been principal at Bayard now for going on my 4th year. And which one do I press the red button? Okay. So I always like to have fun on day 1 with our teachers. I know some of you are members of my Facebook, and if you're not, please become members of our Facebook, Bayard Facebook. And we had a fun time building our bond that day. And I just had to put the bike picture in there, the motorcycle picture of one of our teachers. So now Dr. Spoleto has some competition on the Harley. But what we did is we did a scavenger hunt. It was called Photo Madness. I put them in groups and they had to go take various pictures around the community.
And one of them was to find a Harley and take a picture on it. And of course, the other one obviously was someone's go sit at the superintendent's desk, please. And then of course we had to go to the, yeah. And of course, and then we had to set the priority was go to the church and say a prayer for a good year. So we had a fun time that day. Do I press it here? I'll let you. Okay. And our open house, as Laverne mentioned, we did have about 50 families attend, and I thought that was a fairly good showing. We do have approximately 162 family members, and they had a great time. The teachers, I requested that they put a PowerPoint together, which they did, and so they were able to present the PowerPoint with their expectations of for the school year. Do you want me to move it? Okay. And I would like to introduce some of our new staff. We have Raven Rooney, who is, she moved from the teaching field to being an art teacher, and she's in the middle. And then we have Arissa Dominguez, she's our 3Y teacher. And then we have Jeremy Garcia, I did not get a picture of him, and Monica Linus, and which she starts tomorrow. And then Kanisha Valenzuela started today, and she moved from kitchen staff to our teaching staff. And I think I just have to highlight this, very proud of this. Our longest serving employee at Bayard is Annie Gonzalez, and she has been there for 34 years. Yeah, so congratulations. And her daughter is also a teacher at our school. So she's continuing the tradition. I just thought this was an interesting fact as I was looking through the numbers. So in 21-22, our student enrollment was about 147. And 22-23, our student enrollment was 152. But when we add the 4Y program, we're approximately at 162. So we have the biggest gains that we've had has been in kindergarten. Last year we had 26 students. This year we have 39. Last year we had first grade, we had 17. This year we have 25. So the gains we are seeing are in the younger grades. And some exciting things are happening. You approved it, so thank you, board. I have been wanting to do some type of food program at Bayard since I started. It only took me 3 years to figure it out. And so we have a partnership with Commons Food Program. It's a pilot program. It begins on September 14th. We have decided it will be every second and third Wednesday of the month. I'm going to have the produce stand in front of the school, and when the parents come to pick up their student, we will offer them a bag of produce. And the bus kiddos, what I thought we would do on those, if they would like a bag of produce, they can come, when they're released, we'll release them a little earlier to come and get their bag of produce. So I'm really excited about that. And we also have some food boxes as well. Okay, next. Yeah. And this is also a very exciting effort that we accomplished last year. So as you all know, Bayard is the low-income index school in the area. And because of that, we received additional funding. With that funding, I do hire a math interventionist, Mr. Rosa, and he is awesome. And he teaches math to 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. He also does, I also want him to work on students who are not necessarily struggling, but are above grade level as well. So he's working on that, making sure we include those kiddos. And also I have, we purchased a publishing program, and it was approximately about $3,000. And it was a lot of work, but every child in the school did publish a book. We went through the writing process. It was a big ordeal. Teachers were a little stressed, and we didn't get to start until April. Probably this year I will use some of my income index funding to do the publishing again. This year, I hope maybe to start in March. I did go ahead and bring some of the books so you can see what we have done. Here we go. The upper grades did their own book. The younger grades, did classbooks. And again, it was really great for the kiddos because they did go through the whole writing process. They did the pre-writing where they brainstormed what they wanted to write about. Then they did their rough draft. Then they went through the revision process. And then, of course, they did the editing where they proofread everything. And then we finally sent it to publishing. And we did get the books back at the beginning of the year. So this picture was just taken recently. So they were extremely proud of their book. Which button is it? The arrow at the bottom. Okay, so here's a picture of some of our 4th and 5th grade authors. Yeah, they're very proud. But they did learn how long it takes and how much effort goes into writing a book. And the teachers asked me this year, are we going to do this again? And I said, oh yeah, we're going to do it again. Get ready. So we're going to start, like I said, in March this year. And this year, we did start up the high needs classroom. And we have been trying to change how we do things at Bayard. And of course, we want to include students as much as possible, but then also offer them that specialized instruction, which they truly need. So again, we have approximately 9 kiddos, and they're pushed into classrooms, usually with an EA, as much as they can tolerate. And then, so we're trying to build that schedule. And I think finally, after being in school about 3 or 4 weeks, I think we have a good idea of what the kids can tolerate and how we're going to do the program. And next slide. We do have an awesome student council. We have kiddos who are working on their videos as we speak. We're going to be watching all the student council videos this coming week, working on president, vice president, secretary. And this is obviously an old photo, but I wanted to show it, where they raised over, they collected over 1,000 food boxes for parents in need, families in need. So this year we are trying to have dances. The first year I was there, we did have quite a few dances. So this year we're going to have a father or special person daughter dance, a mother son dance, and a Dia de los Muertos dance. We're going to have some parent nights. Also, I know somebody talked about, well, you know, as parents, we would love to have strategies to teach our kiddos at home. And last year we did. We had how to teach your child to read at home, some of the strategies. So we did that for our kinder and first grade students last year. And we also are going to be having 2 parent workshops for positive parenting. And we want to have dinner provided because food, it always helps to have food. FYI, that would have been nice tonight, okay?
Breakfast or dinner?
So then we do have our after school programs. Hopefully we'll be starting those soon. Last year we had yoga. It was we had, I think, 25 students. I was full. Everybody wanted to do yoga. And I asked Miss Shea, our PE teacher, are you going to do yoga again? She said, of course. So I'm excited that we'll do yoga again. We do math and reading tutoring, and then also we're going to Robotics Builders Club this year, which is going to be really exciting. I'm a big data person, of course, and oops, my builds are off a little bit. We have finished iStation. I'm missing 2 kids in first grade. This year, we have 25% of our kiddos were at grade level in kinder. Last year, it was 53, right? So the teachers have a lot of work to do compared to last year. This year, in first grade, we tested at 44% in reading. 2 kids are missing. Last year, about the same. about 43 at the BOY, right? So, and then this year in second grade, at the beginning of the year, we were at 67. The fields are off for some reason. 67% proficient, which is good. And they had not a whole lot of learning loss at all, because I did a comparison of the cohort. And so I think even at the end, I think first grade tested at 55%. So they did really well coming in second grade at 67. And so that's just some quick data for you to see. I am a little concerned if you look at that kindergarten number compared to the year before, them coming in at, well, I think because it didn't go, it's 24% proficient in reading, 25% in math. And last year, again, it was 53. So a little concerned there. This is hard to read, but I presented this at the Title I meeting, and I like to see trend data. What is the trend data looking at like at our school? And I always tell parents, I love looking at that data in 1920, where we left off, where we went home in March, right? The kids, we went ahead and used that as our EOY data. It was because we didn't want to test them at home. And so we ended up the year at 82%, right, in March. Then we were gone. 2021, we were at home, right? We were learning at home. Now, look at what those kids ended at in kindergarten. Well, where did they end at? They ended at 25, it's hard to read. They ended at 25% proficient. So they had a learning loss of 1%. So when people ask me, did kindergartners learn when they were at home that year online? My answer is absolutely not. I have research to show it. So they did not learn anything. Really, they lost. 1% loss right there. And the year before, we ended the year out at 82%. Can you imagine if they stayed in school and we would have done a May test? It would probably be at like 85. But no, so that the year they came back, it was at 26, and they ended out the year at 25. Same thing goes. Look at all those. Look at all the drops they had. Look at first grade. They dropped and ended up the year at 26% proficient, right? They lost 17% right there. So do young children learn online? Absolutely not. Then we came back, and last year, we did a really good rebound. I was so proud of my staff. Look at that, kindergarten, they ended out at 80% proficient in kindergarten. With the year before, it was at 25. So they ended out at 80% proficient. First grade, 53. Second grade, 94. And third grade, 65. So pretty impressive. So just to end it, you know, this is an old picture, but I feel, as Laverne mentioned, all my teachers are superheroes, and of course, you know, we will always expect the best, and we are getting it. Any questions?
My kids went through Bayard Elementary, and the interactive part is really so incredible. Like the robots, they get to do the robots. But what's lacking now is the theater. The theater was so absolutely incredible, and I hope at some point we get back to that. Basically, we did Disney Junior plays, and they were. I saw some kids that were very reluctant to sing out in front of solo out on a stage. It was just very incredible. But also your interactions with the families is very very good. It's very sound. I remember the father-daughter dance with my daughter. That was very nice.
Yes, I know when I went to Bayard, I was like, well, where's the PTO? Like Elizabeth. And they're like, we don't have one. I was like, okay. So we've worked on it, and yes, we have a PTO. We're very small. We are mighty. You know, we have about 5 members, and they come, and those 5 members, it's amazing what 5 members can do. So, yeah. So thank you for noticing that.
I need to go back over there just to
Yes.
visit and,
We would love to have you come to the dances. Yes.
yeah. Okay,
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
thank you.
Didn't want to tackle you. Good night.
Time is it already?
Not really. I am though in bed by this time because I get up at 4:30, so gotta go work out.
What time I go to bed?
It's 4:30?
Pretty close.
I gotta go get my workout. Good evening. I'm Sandra Montoya. I'm the principal at Cobre High School. Members of the board, Dr. Spalletta. I'm not as long as the others. I'm straight to the point. So for us, we have 61 freshmen, 64 sophomores, 83 juniors, 71 seniors. So our junior class is our biggest class right now. We do have 20 new students to the district that either came from out of town or came back to us. Upcoming events for the high school, we have Herb Jones coming in September to meet with the seniors and juniors, so the seniors will be able to order their cap and gown and announcements, and the juniors, that is when they design their graduation invitations. Today, our instructional coach, Jennifer Duran, and I met with students to go over map data. We are allowing encouraging our students to track their own data, so we gave them file folders with a data tracking sheet for English today. We are going to meet with them next week to go over their map, because last week they did their map data for MAPS testing. And what we went over today were some strategies they could use when they're testing, and we gave them the results of their spring test. And then when they go take it tomorrow and the rest of the week, we'll fill in their fall testing, and we'll meet with them for them to set goals. So we're wanting our students to set their goals of what they want to achieve on the MAPS testing. We are planning assemblies for GPA and apparently a PEP assembly on Thursday. Always the last one to find out things. Our activities for Cobre Silver Spirit Week. So Monday we are planning to have Camo Day. Tuesday we have Fraternity versus Sorority. Wednesday is Jinx the Colts Day. Thursday is Spirit Day, and then Friday is the game at 7. Thursday we also have the bonfire starting at 6:30. Picture Day is coming up for our school on August 29th. Mr. Burnett is taking care of that. He has also already got the website ready for us to order yearbooks. So we'll be sending out a Parent Square message for parents to be able to start ordering yearbooks ahead of time. Did I mention the assemblies for GPAs? He took my thunder on the parent group that we are working on to help with events and other activities within the school. We had Gail Gorky come in at the beginning of the school for orientation week, which was a big thing. We had her working on with the students, the sophomores by grade levels for half the day, and then in the evening she worked with the staff on student engagement and higher level techniques for student engagement. I don't know if Dr. Spalletta has got this yet. Susan from Next Gen and Carl Perkins did email me, and I was so excited. We were the only school that didn't have to go back and make any corrections. So I was like, yes. That was hours and hours and hours of work for that grant, those 2 different grants. So those grants will be used for our vocational programs, our digital media, our welding, our auto shop, our wood shop, and our computer classes.
So that's where that money will go.
How much is it?
I can tell you off the top of my head.
You're supposed to send this
Yeah,
an award letter.
yeah, we'll get the award letter at the end of the month, or Dr. Spillett. You may have, I know one was like, I'm thinking 30,000 maybe.
It's a continuing grant.
Yeah.
We've applied for the grant for a few years now, and we've been awarded every year, and every year we're getting equipment for our shop classes, especially our welding equipment.
So it's, each section is like between 5,000 to 7,000. So if you 4 times 4, $28,000 to $30,000 for each grant. So we were really, I was very ecstatic about that one because boy, I didn't want to have to go back in and fix anything. So, other than that, what? Oh, the career fair, we had over 34 businesses. So the students got to walk in and meet all the different types of careers. We did have Freeport there with machinery. We had P&M there teaching them how to climb. Well, they didn't get to climb poles, but they climbed poles. The state police and them were there with goggles for walking, how they would walk if they were intoxicated. Terrazas was there with the coffin. I asked them if I could take a nap in there, and they just started laughing. We had
a very long one.
we had a lot of the military services there, some lawyers there, so it was really nice. A lot of the students really enjoyed it. And then, did I forget anything?
Just kudos to Mrs. Cruz.
Yeah, she worked hard getting that together.
I went to the part where they had the classes. One of them was time management, the other one was resume interview, and then the other one was doing the.
And we did have senior breakout sessions working on specific aspects. We'll continue that throughout the year. I know Mr. Pena brings in Western for FAFSA night, so they'll work with the seniors and their parents to get their eligibility for the FAFSA going. We have tutoring starting in September for math and English classes. We're going to try and get some social studies and science as well going. Our clubs are hitting it hard. We have our Key Club, our MESA, our skills, student councils, planning all the Spirit Week events. We're looking at having door decorating contests for classrooms. Last year we did it for Halloween, and they just are amazing. And so we had to pick, and then they won a pizza party. So we're going to continue with all that stuff.
So now that Snell's going to have a welding class, are you involved in, or is the teacher there involved in kind of seeing how it integrates into the high school?
The high school teacher is their teacher.
Oh, that's awesome.
So he's going back and forth. And so, yeah. And so we met with him when Joyce was writing the grant to see what he would need to succeed over there. So
that's awesome. And when I went to that, those classes that were for the seniors about job fairs type things, the person from the career, what do you call it? What used to be the unemployment office, not job.
Oh, workforce.
Yeah, workforce development. Was doing the questions and is asking about. He asked a specific question about what career people were interested in high school. Not one had a career that wanted to share. And so we looked at that, and I talked to Ms. Cruz about that, and also with Dr. Spilletta. It's certainly an area that we need to put some groundwork for that. Yeah. By the time people get to be seniors, they should have at least a couple of career paths lined out.
And they do career interest inventories their freshman and sophomore years. But by their junior, senior years, they're all, who knows?
What happens in?
There's a few that know exactly what they want to do, and she's one of them.
There's some very ambitious kids. It's really awesome.
Yeah. She took Harvard classes this summer and just finished the week before school. So
Where does that ambition come from? Does it come from the classroom? Does it come from home? Does it come?
I'd say it comes from the middle.
So, and then Benia sends out emails all the time for scholarships and everything, and so we work with them on getting scholarships.
You mentioned the students tracking their own work. Do the parents get involved with that? Do they get to sign off on that so they can?
I'm sure there's a spot, we can make a spot for it.
That would be cool.
That way they can take it home and discuss it with their
Yeah,
parents.
kind of get a strategy. So,
Well, and we'll meet with them to come up with some SMART goals, so that's where we can have the parents sign off.
very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. 61 freshmen, 64 sophomore, 83 juniors, and 71.
Point of question or information, can we, for the sake of time, start limiting
Yes.
like discussion? Because I have to leave at 10. So,
No.
yeah, I'm out of here, so I don't know if we can. Sorry, Mr. Ellis.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Good evening again. Just a couple of things here. Starting off with Snell Middle School, how we've been progressing through. I can't even talk anymore, guys. And for me, that's unusual. The start of the year, we went ahead and we did a reset. Brought the staff in during our first few days of training. Gathered in the library, and we said we are starting from scratch for everything here, all the way from where students are going to be walking down the halls, how they enter the school, how they go into their classrooms, what's going to be written on the board, as far as even how tables and everything was going to be situated in the classrooms. We wanted a universal type of setting where students didn't have much guessing from place to place to place, and just the basic elements, how they taught, things like that. Of course, that's still individual, but it seemed to really have a good effect on the kids. It was pretty structured. Of course, last year, Snell Middle School had a trying year, to say the most that I've had ever as a principal, and either assistant or main principal. And up to this point, we're 3 weeks in, we're in the 4th week. It looks like it has made a big difference. I see the students a little bit more invigorated. They have definitely a direction. They know where they stand. Discipline problems have already substantially been cut down quite a lot, just by, of course, the students making their own adjustments over that full year of in school. They have seemed to make gains, a little bit of maturity. Of course, we're working with the 6th graders. They're learning the middle school concept. I think they're coming in. The last year's 6th graders had a little bit of a hard time just having that short 5th grade year. This year, the 6th graders had a full year, and we are seeing a difference on that. We're still working. They're a work in progress, as all middle schools are, students are. But I see a lot of positives going on here in the sense of teachers not seeming that they're having a lot of difficulty with their kids in their classrooms. We're having a few things, as most middle school situations, but I see a lot better from day one to today. I hope the trend continues, and if it's an indicator of what's going to be happening this year, we're going to have a very, very good year so far. At the end of the year, that's the hope. Just things that are going on. Obviously, being full staff really helped. Although we have had some cases of COVID in the schools already affecting our personnel, seeing subs where I really didn't want to see subs as much as we had last year, having so few, or should I say, a lot of positions that were not filled. We had a lot of subs covering. We had IAs covering, And that trend here the last couple of weeks for teachers are sick, of course, that's happening out there. We have to feel that. I just don't want us to fall off the track of what has already started for the beginning of this year. So, you know, we're hopeful that that will improve when we have less staff out and we're able to keep those teachers in there, because it does make a difference when the regular teacher is in the classroom. Of course, other things that are happening well with staff is that we have another art teacher. Of course, Mr. Begay comes from the high school, teaches a class. But we also have Ms. Placencio there who's teaching some art now. And also we're getting our home ec going again. And that was huge, a huge thing that we missed last year. The kids really needed that. We didn't have that. That was filled with a full-time sub for 3/4 of the year. So we're seeing a lot of positive. Of course, we've been talking about welding as a new program. We're talking about also one of our teachers that came in from San Antonio. She was teaching mariachi at her school, the middle school in San Antonio, Texas. And that is a goal of ours, to reestablish the mariachi group after school at our school. She's really, really motivated in that. We also have a reading interventionist who is really, really working hard on getting those kids that additional one-on-one that they need to work on those literacy, reading, and just those skills that they need to improve on in their classes. So those are a lot of positives. Of course, our science teachers, we had 2 leave last year, but we filled them. We haven't skipped a beat. We have 2 very good teachers that are continuing the programs. We have MESA getting going. Last year we had written for a grant for the Amazon Future Engineers program. That is continuing this year. Our teachers are taking that over. So those are just a few of the programs that are happening with us over there. You know, one thing that's important is that we keep our teachers happy, and that they feel wanted, and they feel that this is a good place to work. We did a lot of potlucks last year. We probably put on 5 pounds each over the course of the year, you know, and we're going to continue that trend of doing, you know, them getting together and just having that opportunity to talk with each other and have that time just to say, hey, we appreciate you, and we get to kind of get together and just let the hair down a little bit, and you know, except for me, of course. You know, we're working on that as well. Some of the things that we're also planning academically is our lit night. We're going to have a couple of those. I know we had that going on when you were still there. We're still working on that. It's pretty successful. We team with the literacy organization here in town. They come in and help us out and support us. Science and math night will be going on as well. We're hopeful to have, you know, just for the kids. We have 3 school dances planned this year. Plus, you know, we're going to be doing a little, for example, the kids don't know this, but next Friday we're going to do a little get together out on the patio, have some music, play some cornhole, do some things just to welcome the kids back and have some fun. We think that we need to do a little bit more of that compared to what we had last year. Just give the kids a reason for coming and showing up and have some fun at the middle school level. Not all academics, you know. Obviously, we have MAPS testing underway right now. One thing that we changed this year is that we went back to MAPS because we were doing IMESA last year, and we saw that some of the reporting and the things that we need to follow up on were not as strong as what we saw with the MAPS program. And plus the fact that the high school is using the MAPS program is something that we're feeding in. We're going to be doing that data, building it up, and then when Sandra gets them up there, she'll be able to just make even some more long-term comparisons to be able to, you know, just see how the kids are doing, you know. When Michael was there, of course, they did MAPS, you know, and we switched it over. And so, you know, those are some of the things that we're doing. What we've done already, we had our Title I meeting last week. Of course, we always kind of tie it in with athletics, because we say athletics, the gym is full, then we can start talking about academics at that time, and you kind of mess with them a little bit to get them in there. And that worked out pretty good. We were able to present our math and ELA programs, and even our bilingual program had an opportunity to speak about what they were doing. Obviously, they like to work on Cinco de Mayo, like to do the Dia de los Muertos, and then the 16th of Septiembre, you know, things like that. They're
there's some events planned with that. And hopefully in the springtime, we're gonna start seeing some mariachi as part of that as well. You know, I'm really looking forward to that, to see what, how we can turn that around. We're gonna kind of tie that in, of course, Mr. Lewis was here. He teaches a guitar class to some of our students. And we're hopefully we kind of help the mariachi out by building some guitar skills that we're gonna be able to kind of cross over and get that mariachi going, you know, as well. So those are just a few things that are going on in Snell Middle School. And we got our concession stand open finally for the first time today, just waiting on supplies and just making sure that the students, you know, we're getting the things that they need to get. And of course, Elma's always keeping an eye on those things for us to make sure that we are nutritionally safe. You know, just little things are building up at Snell. We're still kind of putting things in place, and hopefully with the hope that those sixth graders, they realize there's a little bit more freedom at the middle school level, and they're adjusting. The seventh graders they're doing a lot better than what they were last year. Eighth graders, of course, they're our senior bunch at Snell Middle School, and we have high expectations on them. We did get student council done also yesterday. We had, or should I say Friday, and we read off those results. It was great. The speeches, the kids' speeches, having all three groups the first time together, probably the best get together we've had of the three groups in the 3 years that we've been there. So that was just a great indicator of how things are happening at the middle school right now. They were focused. They applauded the great speeches, and they handled themselves pretty well. So I was like, okay, good. We're getting these little milestones, even though it's 3 weeks deep. There's been already a number of milestones that I've seen that have been very positive, showing some good trends. Good. Does anybody have any questions?
Observation, the last year, there was a lot of issues related to the upkeep of the schools. Custodians, the physical plant, the outside.
Much better. Yeah. You know, we're fully staffed of custodians. They take a lot of pride in their work. They're keeping the grounds up where they need to. Of course, they're working with, you know, we're having leaks right now. The outside grounds, much better, a lot better compared to what we've had in the past. And just, you know, things that makes a big difference. When a kid shows up to school in the morning and sees a shiny floor and compared to trash and things around, it does have a big influence on the kids, on, you know, what kind of building they're coming into, what kind of attitude we show towards them as far as what we're trying to provide for them. And it's really been a lot better in that as well. Yeah.
And the burden it put on teachers to make up the difference.
Yeah. All our resumes grew a little bit last year with all the different things that we were having to do. But
the thing is that were more resumes generated from there, which was problematic.
I know, but I think that the teachers were troopers last year, and I know if you would talk to them, I bet you they would also echo the fact that things look like they're different, you know, and you know, and I hope that's feedback that you all are getting as well, you know.
So the MESA program, is it going to continue at the level of the I was really sad to see it. Yeah, it was awesome.
What we're going to do is we're going to do a little something different. Both of our science teachers have opted to go half and half as far as sponsorship, and you know they both want a piece of the pie, and they're going to help us out in getting that organization going. Matter of fact, next week both of them will be in all-day training just to get ready for what the expectations of the MESA program are for them, and we'll get that off the ground here pretty quick here. With once we start doing the after-school programs, which is in about 2.5 weeks, you know, we figure that's when everything will start rolling in, and with their trainings coming in just at a good time for that as well. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if Michael Corey's online. He was earlier. No. I was going to allow him to go first.
Okay, so I am serving as interim principal at Central Elementary.
So I kind of want to highlight a few things that we've been doing there. We have been completing all our beginning of year assessments. We've been working on procedures and routines. I really want to take a minute to thank the staff there. They've really embraced me coming in as interim. I've really enjoyed my time there. I love being around the kids, and it kind of really brings home why we go into education. So I've really appreciated being there. I want to highlight a couple of the classes and some things that they've been doing. Our kindergarten classes currently are working on their ABC boot camp. Today we were on the letter N. They will end the ABC boot camp after we get through the letter Z with the parade down the halls for the rest of the students in the school and for parents. Our first, second grade split teacher, Miss Holguin, she's been working on a volcano unit with her students. So today they created some paper mache volcanoes, talked about chemical reactions, and they had two different chemical reactions. One of them was with Mentos and Coke, and the other one was with vinegar and baking soda. And so they wanted to compare and see which one had a better chemical reaction, and then they'll do a writing activity tomorrow where they talk about what they observed. Our third and fourth grade classes have really been working diligently in math with place value and rounding. Our fourth, fifth grade split classroom did a unit on earthquakes. And so last Friday, what they had to do is they had to make a building using sugar cubes to see if any of the buildings could withstand an earthquake. They did have one building that withstood, and what they realized is that it was a smaller building. It wasn't as tall, and so it was a lot thicker, so made it a lot sturdier, and that's why that one survived. Our PE classes have really been working on doing some team building activities. In art, our teacher is working with mixed medium projects using pens, markers, and oil pastels. And students are also along with that, doing some writing activities. So in the lower grades, their mixed medium was with owls, and with the upper grades is with cardinals. And so they do some writing activities and research that goes along with that. We do have our evacuation drill coming up on Thursday. We will be evacuating to the fire station. We do have our Chief Gallegos from the fire department will be participating with us, and then our police chief, Bonnie Sandoval, will be helping us with crowd control as well. We do have a meeting on Friday with the Rio Grande Food Bank. If we are able to get accepted for this, it would be similar to the food bank at San Lorenzo, where it's a staple foods, where we would have food set up all the time for parents to be able to come in when they need any staple items for their home. And that's about it.
Thank you.
Mr. President and board members, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. We discussed the audit entrance already, so now we have students. You're not very. Yeah.
Maybe next time one school.
Yeah, one school for this. Apologies to everyone, but we're.
Good evening, board president, board members, and superintendents. I just wanted to start off with thank you for having me here in the first place to be able to talk a bit about Cobre, what's going on with Cobre, which is just great. I wanted to start off by saying that the job fest, the job career fest that we did was amazing. That was really fun, and all the students really did enjoy that. We also did a summer fest before school had started. That was really amazing as well. The students loved that. They thought it was so fun, and it was able to provide older and younger kids with school supplies that they might not have. So that was really amazing. Some student concerns that have been brought up are that we have been running out of the main dishes in our cafeterias. So usually
we will be then given something else, like cereal, for example, but we will run out of either what is provided, mainly muffins, the gravy and biscuits, we'll run out of that stuff. And so it has been a problem where 5 to 6 and at one point 17 students didn't receive the main course. The other issue that we have seen is that this has kind of been an ongoing issue since I was a freshman, which was more that the electives that we are receiving, the students find that there aren't enough and that there aren't as interesting ones. They feel that they're getting robbed of different studies that they could be experiencing, like coding, what was it, the cooking, home ec, thank you so much, yes, home ec, get robbed of those experiences that I could be teaching. And then after that, another thing I wanted to say was that the staff and teachers are always great. They're fantastic. They are always so willing to help all the kids, and especially me as a senior, I've experienced that they're always willing to help. Whenever I ask a question, they're willing to go out of their way to find the answer. And it's really amazing. And that's basically all that I got. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Traditionally, the position, your position would be kind of like a footnote, and it's still pretty far down in the agenda. We hope to move that up to make that more substantive, but the extent, your participation isn't limited to that. As here, you're kind of ex officio, so if you have a question on any agenda item, you're welcome to ask that, and you're like bringing up the situation with the lunch. It could have happened also when Alma was making her presentation, so feel free.
I didn't want to interrupt.
No,
thank you.
Feel free to do that, and you're starting off extremely well, bringing up these topics, and we will address them.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
Thank you. Hopefully it's not as long next time and we can move you up on the agenda because you have homework and stuff to do, so thank you.
We'll try to get it up for you.
Thank you so much.
So, Mr. President, I am wondering if at this point, if we can, I don't know if you call it take a recess or postpone the rest of the items on the agenda we have a meeting scheduled on Thursday and it's 10 o'clock. I don't know if there's anything, Dr. Spalletta, that must be addressed tonight, or can we push it to Thursday when we have the other special meeting? Like table the rest of the items until Thursday?
The dilemma with that is that it won't make the 72-hour time frame for the agenda.
Well, the agenda's already been posted.
Yeah, I know.
For this meeting.
For the next meeting, it's already been posted.
I
Correct?
don't think we posted the other agenda yet, no.
Well, since this agenda's been posted,
so
within the 72 hours, can we postpone, like table the rest and continue it on Thursday?
Well, we can add that to I thought it had already been posted, but if it hasn't, then we can still add it because that'll give us still the 72 hours if we do it before 5 tomorrow.
So I'd like to make a motion to postpone or table the rest of the items until Thursday at our special meeting.
Second.
Okay. So there's a motion to table these items, the remaining items for Thursday. All those in favor? Is there any discussion? Any further discussion? I should say, is there a second to the motion?
Ms. Dean,
Ms. Dean?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Dean.
Dean. Why did I put Dean?
Yeah, now you're getting to my part. I started that way. Anyway, no further discussion. I'd entertain votes. Then so all those in favor, please do a roll call vote. We'll, since it's already adjournment. Mr. Terrazas.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Myself, yes. I'm sorry, I'm saying Ms. Dean already. Ms. Begay,
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. We shall adjourn until Thursday.
Oh, yeah.